Hello and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. Here for week 44, Blev. It's crazy. How you feeling going into this one?
I'm feeling great. We've got a couple of spicy decks. Although I kind of feel like everything's a little spicy. There's not really too much of a boogeyman. We don't have a Zero Relia or a TF Fizz sort of running around making everyone upset about the decks. We got a lot of diversity.
Yeah, we have a good amount of diversity. You know, the boogeyman might be, Monster Mash, the Draven Scion, a little bit too much. Just in time for October, we got the zombie rolling around. But before we jump into all those matches, get a little bit of Scion for your screen, we're going to jump into that format, Blev. Why don't you break it down for the fine folks at home?
Absolutely. Same format we've been doing for 43 weeks prior, I think, actually. I don't know. Double Elim bracket with 8 invited players. I said that before even thinking about it. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players are bringing 2 decks with no region overlap. And I bring it up again because just in case you think, oh, I can bring a deck with Poppy that's Demacia Poppy and a deck that's Bandlewood Poppy. Nope, not how it works. Can't have double Poppy like that. But to win a match, players need to win with both of their decks. And, of course, the players are playing for their share. That sweet, sweet $200 prize pool, Casa.
Yeah, and speaking of those players, Blev, we gotta take a quick little gander at those. We got Real Key going up against Savaje. We got Finney versus Boomer from NA. M-Tuck versus Cephalopod, and Tamunda versus Wannabe. It's a lot of great matches, some returning winners. A lot of very good players here, but we're going to be kicking it off with Tamunda versus Wannabe. We got some decks that we were really excited about between these two, and, well, one of those is, of course, Wannabe bringing some Teemo Caitlyn, so we are excited for that one for sure, Blev.
Yeah, this was a very cool one. The first place I saw this was, of course, the I don't even know how you describe him anymore. Caster, innovator, coach, inspiration, panda. I don't know. I mean, he's got it all. But Panda, yeah, was one of the original proponents of this style of deck. I think there's been a little bit of refinement, but that's how he rolls. He puts out the ideas and lets the pros refine it, but. Pretty straightforward here. You're boom in the face. You're putting puff caps in the deck and other traps as well with Caitlyn. And you got your Karina Mastermind, Lecturing Yordle, and just your all-around burn to go over the top. And oh, by the way, Insider Knowledge is both a draw spell and a kill spell when the deck is full of traps.
Yeah, and Lecturing Yordle has just been so sick. Not in this set in general. Ping City is the big one that comes to mind, where you see Lecturing Yordle be just like the highlight card from that deck. It's winning so many games when you find the Lecturing Yordle versus when you don't. And I think this deck is going to have a similar effect if you can actually get that down on 4 and start getting those little darts going through. But going to be going up against Tamunda, and he's got a little bit more standard overall in this lineup. We got Nami Zoe, we got Draven Scion, so kind of what you would expect to see, just bringing 2 of the strongest decks in the game right now, and going to be doing their very best. But we'll see if maybe those mushrooms come in a little handier. Maybe the Caitlyn traps taking out some of these elusives in the Zoe Nami, maybe giving a little bit of a better opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of lines of thoughts when it comes to the Fight Night format, right? You can bring the 2 best decks, which I think Tamunda, that's sort of their strategy. Maybe not. I think arguably the 2 strongest decks in the format right now in that Draven Scion and Zoe Nami. But here's the thing: everyone knows that is an option, right? There's no bans in this format, so you always have to have that ever present in your mind. And on the one hand, like, you can't really bring a deck that can't beat either of these decks, but on the other hand, maybe these 2 decks are just the best decks. So I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up. I think if the decks are so pushed, maybe you just bring those, but if they're not and they can be targeted, you kind of are walking into a tournament like this with a giant bullseye on your back.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody has actually successfully targeted Draven Scion or Zoe Nami. I mean, if you look at the list, and there's actually like quite a few Draven Scions this week. It looks like half the field brought Draven Scion, and almost half the field brought Nami Zoe. We see 3 of them. So it's, those are the two most represented lists. And if anybody came in here kind of targeting those two or targeting one of them, I think they're going to find a lot of success in the day, seeing as how most of their opponents are going to be running these. But Draven Scion, I think one of the big things about this deck is it's kind of difficult to target. I think Zoe Nami has the same kind of thing where it can just high roll you, so targeting it gets a little bit scary. And, because of that, these two decks feel pretty safe. And it feels like a meta where you can just go the safe route and bring both of these. But again, this is Fight Night. It's not always the case that we see just like those two best decks run through and win. We've had it a couple times, right? We've had some players come through. They bring the best two decks and they just run through the tournament and they just win. Like it absolutely happens in Fight Night. Probably like half the time. It's probably half the time we get something like that. But the other half the time, someone comes in with something a little bit wild or spicy or just kind of trying to counter that meta, and they're the ones who scoop it up, pick it up. Is that going to be Teemo Caitlyn? I don't know. I'm not going to make a bold claim and be like, yeah, Teemo Caitlyn's going to just sweep this tournament. But it's always possible when we see something like this come in that's not really been so representative in the meta and ends up actually taking down a lot of these top dogs. There's a copy of Darkness being run by Finney. I think that one, some people have been recently saying that they think it has a really good matchup into Zoe Nami, so maybe we'll actually see this pop off. I thought that take was interesting as well.
Right. Well, that's what I originally thought going into last week, and then we saw it play out, and it just did not line up. Granted, I think that list maybe wasn't tailored to beat Zoe Nami, so I could see maybe a more refined, not necessarily a more refined list, but a list that is more targeted towards Zoe Nami might be able to do a little bit better. But one other deck I want to talk about here is Wannabe's other deck. That's the Lulu Poppy. It is the Ionia Demacia. So we're not actually seeing the Bandlewood the Bandlewood come out of either champion, because I guess technically you could have run it for either of those champions.
Well, no, Bandle's been running Teemo Caitlyn, right?
Bandle's being snapped up.
The other way.
Yeah. You're running 3 Yordles, but only one Bandlewood. But the cool thing here is this is what I would call the swim deck. I don't know. I know this is always a deck that swim is the type of deck that swim is a proponent of. It's a Demacia, Ionia, elusive, and then just go again with Relentless Pursuits and the Golden Aegis's, just to give you that attack token multiple times over. And it's not, I gotta say, it's not quite elusives. There's no moose here, but maybe Poppy is the honorary moose.
Just jam a moose in that deck. Just put
one.
Just get a moose in there.
One. Just give me one so that I can call it elusives in good faith. But no, this is I do love this style of deck.
It does actually have a lot of similarities to the old elusives list. A lot of what you wanted to do with that. So it is going to be a similar game plan, except for a little bit lower to the ground. You don't have to wait till turn 5 to just be slamming in a bunch of rallies, a bunch of big elusive attacks. Green Glade Duo is always going to be pretty big, but also Lulu just being so strong with elusives, buffing them up, getting those 4 power elusives coming through. And I think this list is one that was really good. We saw, I think, a similar version. Oh, what tournament was it? I can't remember. Anyway, we've seen a similar version of this take a tournament. I just can't. Literally is just not coming to my mind. But yeah, Lulu Poppy in general has been a pretty strong list in more aggressive leaning lineups, and so I expect it to do well. I think. It was in Ikado's lineup at Worlds. I think that's what I'm thinking of, and he had a really good group stage running that list.
Yeah, and this is a type of strategy that it's always there. It never really goes away. I think if the meta itself is favoring more elusives just in general in terms of diversity of elusive decks, it gets worse, obviously, because, in a format where you can just play a unit that's normally in your deck and block a Green Glade Duo, it's not quite as good. And as I say that, of course, Wanabe playing against Jay Tamunda's Zoe Nami, which, of course, does have those elusive units. So maybe... well, you might be able to overpower, but also the Green Glade Duo might be a little lackluster, and we actually even see it potentially get mulliganed here.
Might get thrown away. I mean, this deck can certainly go faster than Zoe Nami, but if that big Sparkle Fly comes down, it's all done. You're going to be just like the GIF in the bottom right corner of Wannabe's stream if you end up running into a Sparkle Fly. So But for now, I mean, the deck definitely can go pretty low to the ground. We've got a decent curve. You know, you've got the Lulu on 3.
Great curve.
Got a lot of power getting ready to go. So I think the start is really solid. A little bit spooky that there is a Double Trouble and a Nami on the other side, but it's possible that we could just see this game run away with the setup that we have from Wannabe.
Yeah, we've got some good setup here potentially. Now Wannabe's got a couple of options. We could just play a Navori here, see what tamunda does. Honestly, if you play Navori, what is it, Blade Scout, and tamunda just passes, I think you just eat the turn. But looks like Wannabe is going for the more high-powered play here in the form of Lulu. May still be looking to eat that turn.
Yeah. If tamunda doesn't do anything, you just pass. You hard slam your pass button.
Yeah.
Because you've essentially forced tamunda to throw away whatever he throws out. If he plays a Double Trouble, you're just going to eat at least, half of it. Right. And we see that here, right? Like, part of it's going to go away. You don't lose anything. You actually still get to push the 3 damage. It's all really solid. tamunda has to do this anyway because he needs to be able to be ready to play his Nami.
Yep.
But yeah, I think that's what Wannabe was looking for. It was just like, okay, I'm going to play Lulu, and if you pass, I'm passing immediately.
Yep. I had the same sort of thought, but it would just involve the giving the barrier to the tracker there. But this certainly a little more powerful, of course, getting the ability to develop the Lulu. Of course, as that said, we do see the Nami and even the picks, which is gonna still be relevant, especially once it starts getting pumped up from the Nami.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Bright Steel Protector come down onto the tracker to just keep that safe from the knock 'em down. And I think just trying to set yourself up to threaten the Nami on each turn with the Challenger is kind of my thought process here. You can still develop. It's a little bit awkward on the develop because then you don't really want to play out these 1-drops, but you could just play them anyway and go wide because elusive doesn't really matter. It's more about just getting a wide board. There's not really any blockers anyways. So we could just see double Navori on top of this.
Yep, especially with the knock 'em down coming out. I would not be surprised if Wannabe goes for that line. Like you said, if you're wide enough, it doesn't really matter if the elusives are there or not. Granted, it's a little bit awkward with the picks, as they are. One of them is just going to get blocked outright.
Okay, we just see a pass. Now, I feel like we need to start spending our mana, but do we just go... Looks like it's just immediately going to be Protege. I was wondering if it was going to be triple elusive on this turn. But that is not going to be the case. Probably wants to play the Bright Steel Protector then, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm wondering... Yep, looks like it's just going to go on the Lulu. Yeah, just to keep the Lulu. Well, that is interesting that it goes on Lulu. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We're going to be challenging both units. I guess it's... You want to develop the unit. It's possible that tamunda will play another. So instead, you preemptively protect the Lulu so that if there's another unit developed plus spells, the Lulu's not just in harm's way.
Yeah. I mean, the other option is this, right, where you don't come in with everything, but it's playing a little bit slow into a Nami that is on board. So I'm a little bit spooked by this line. I mean, it makes sense once you've buried the Lulu to go for something like this, but I don't know if I love it.
Well, yeah, if this is the case, then why did we play that Laurent Protege first instead of burying the Lulu? It feels like you played the cards out, and then you go, oh, actually, I didn't really want to play this Protege. I'm not going to be attacking with it, so...
Yeah. Because, like, at this point, why didn't we just play the elusives and then, bury the Lulu, play some elusives, and then...
Yeah, I'm fine with the elusives being kept because at least the Blade Scouts, because I think Wannabe wants to keep those until there's a rally, so they're effectively, you know, elusive for twice as long.
Right. Okay.
That at least kind of makes sense. I do think the Shadow Assassin. I think if Wannabe would be able to redo that turn, probably leads with a Shadow Assassin and then follows through with the rest of their turn like they did. Would be my guess, but it's a bit too late for that. Oh, there's a Relentless Pursuit. So now Wannabe is going to be able to put some pressure on, and as of now, there really hasn't been any pressure put on them. This block is fine. This actually just is going to open up board space for Wannabe and get a little bit of damage on the picks to maybe be able to take it out with a Challenger next turn.
Yeah, I mean, this would let you go Blade Scout, rally if you wanted to on this turn. I know normally you're going to want to do these Blade Scouts on a turn with 2 attacks. They can swing in twice.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, yeah, we're probably saving the rally for next turn, I suppose.
Well, it's interesting.
So low, though.
Exactly. The fact that there's only 4, or sorry, I guess there's 5 mana. So realistically, I mean, we can see that there's only the ability to play 2 spells, but realistically, there could be more. Okay, with the Zoe as well. Yeah, I think Wannabe's going to want to wait just so that we can get 2 procs off of Lulu.
Yeah. Kind of feels like we want to play Blade Scout and go in. Just going to be an open, though, because it looks like.
Yeah, I don't mind the open. I think you want to just... Let's clear up what we can. Oh, going for damage here. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're committing the rally, so I guess you just try and clear away these elusives. The Protege gets to go attack again into this, like try and do the same exact attack. And the Zoe's being traded currently.
Okay.
You got Sharp Sight to back this up too.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a reasonable line. Yeah, have to pull the elusive.
Yeah, I think this is good. I actually think this is a really good line.
This is going to be okay. Yeah, this will be 10. Yeah, only easy push through 2. Granted, we see the 2 guiding touches, but it's unlikely that there's going to be too many more. You know, Tamunda is going to be able to put forth enough elusive blockers to be able to get through this, especially considering that there's 2 more Blade Scouts in hand as well. Okay, guiding touch to face.
I mean, that's the Sparkle Fly. It's going to be nice. Can protect the Zoe with just the Pale Cascade.
Oh, right. Yeah, any spell is going to save the Zoe. I'm wondering how much this is going to throw off the math, because Tamunda definitely wants to save the Zoe because it's another elusive blocker, but also wants to save spells to go on Sparkle Fly, so that the attacks just look bad regardless. I guess the Sparkle Fly probably just gets pulled to the end, so it might not matter.
Okay, gonna keep the Zoe safe.
Oh, and
Sharp Sight's gotta get jammed somewhere, I think.
It probably has... Well, we don't necessarily need to save this Protege. 4, 8, 10. Yeah, so Sharpsight is not pushing lethal here. I think it's either you save this Protege or we're trying to sneak through lethal on the second attack. But that would be...
Whoa.
Okay.
This is a very weird buff too, though, because if we're rallying this turn, you've just removed your target to buff by with Lulu. So I guess that means, I mean, there's still other targets to be played, right? Like you can play.
Yep, Sparklefly is pretty. So we can play 1 Blade Scout, 1 Rally, 1 Protege.
Yeah.
And Protege will pull Sparklefly to the end. We'll be able to block 2 elusives. I think this is just over. Although Tamunda's going to be able to get a second Sparkle Fly. And they're all going to be pumped to oblivion.
Are there going to be enough spells or enough mana? Because the Sparkle Fly comes out and then there's no mana left to pump it. And the one pumped Sparkle Fly gets pulled to the right, but
pulled, sure.
Is that enough damage to come through?
Well, there's now going to be effectively 3 elusive blockers. One's going to get through. But one Sparkle Fly can block at the front of the line. So I think it's going to be one off, I think, in favor of Tanya. Wannabe here.
Grabs Gravitum instead.
Oh.
Stops the elusive, and this allows you
sure.
to block, stops the challenger. There you go. Now you have 6 lifesteal. You can put at the front.
Yeah, this is. I am definitely feeling the the GIF in the bottom right now.
So let's see. So Blade Scout comes down. Blade Scout gets buffed up to 5/5. You put that and Lulu on the right side. You put the other 2 on the left. They go up to 8, and then they only get hit by one other thing. So I mean, Jtamon is living. Some things are getting traded down, but the Sparkle Fly lives and Nami stays on board. So this game's done. This is
almost certainly very much done. And there's another Shelly and another Guiding Touch next turn. Like, this is it's pretty over with what's on the board. Yeah. This even allows the Lulu to be blocked.
Yeah, Zoe Nami comes through. I mean, holds on at 2, finds the Sparkle Fly, and that's all you need in the matchup. We said this was certainly winnable if you can get there fast enough and just a turn too slow.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, the interesting thing is that this Wannabe could have actually taken a like drastically different line. Now, I don't know if it's better at all, but could have, instead of saying, okay, I'm going to end the game in 2 turns with elusives, I can instead really push towards trying to kill the Nami, trying to keep the board clear. I'm not sure that was a good strategy or not, but unfortunately, this strategy, this line did not end up working out, and yeah, this is just about wrapped up. The Golden Aegis is not going to do even a little.
Yeah, this one is certainly done. Sparkle Fly cannot die at this point. It's going to be able to keep healing. There's no direct damage in this deck. It's just looking for the elusives, which are not going to get through. Tamunda is going to be way too healthy. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting game because there are so many different decision paths for Wannabe to take. I didn't really feel that there was anything inherently wrong with the line taken to go for the double rally turn instead of rallying on the previous turn. Felt like a reasonable decision, but end of the day, it gives an opportunity for Tamunda to get that Sparkle Fly down, end up taking the win.
Yeah, the other interesting play on the side of Wannabe was that Sharp Sight just pushing damage, which it kind of makes sense because it essentially makes the Sharp Sight deal 4 damage that turn, whereas normally it would do 2, but yeah, I really feel like we needed to put that somewhere else or just hold it and maybe lure Tamunda into a false sense of security where they think that they don't need to block too much, or they don't need, they can develop another non-elusive unit or something like that. But either way, This one's going to be wrapped up. Looks like I want to be hovering the sad Poro, unfortunately. This one is just going to be Tamunda cleaning this one up. I don't think it's possible. I think if Tamunda just keeps pressing the A key followed by space key, the game will end in their favor.
Yeah.
There's the Shen GG. Yeah, that's going to be it. Game number 1. Going over to Tamunda.
Yeah, goes over to Tamunda, and that's going to leave him with just Draven Scion remaining. Go up against this, and we'll see if we see a deck swap and just, you know, the people's champ throw out some Teemo Caitlyn so we can get it on stream. But, you know, it's not really, doesn't really matter which deck they end up picking. We'll see. They're just going to have to win with both. Going into Draven Scion, that's always going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Sometimes you're just going to run into that Scion on 7 that's leveled, and can be a bit tough to deal with for most decks, really, unless you've got stuns or something of that nature. Kind of just, I mean, he's a big boy. Comes through for a lot.
He sure does. It's really going to come down to, we do end up seeing it. Nice, we get to see it on camera. That's always fun, but it's really going to come down to, is Wannabe going to be able to push through enough, just put enough pressure on to make it awkward for Tamunda? Because as we know, this Draven Scion list and this just discard shells is one of the most consistent decks at a whole variety of things. You can pivot, you can play mid-range, you can play a little more aggro. You have that sort of almost guaranteed late game in the form of the Scion that you mentioned. It is really tough, but if you can go super quick, maybe rack up some shrooms with Teemo, get some nice Caitlyn procs, and then you know, we see the Karina and the Caitlyn already in hand, might be able to just turn 6 slam the Karina and get really far ahead.
Yeah, very possible. A lot of ways to put those traps in the deck right now, and not a lot of answers for Tamunda. Teemo's just vibing. There's not really a way to stop him currently. I mean, we do see, of course, the Flame Chompers, which can get played soon enough, but on the turn 4 attack, it's going to be probably the fastest that Tamunda can actually use that with an axe to end up finding the kill onto Teemo. And at that point, you know, Tanya's already gotten 2 attacks, and that's a lot of shrooms.
Yeah, and this is not a deck like the Teemo Ezreal shroom deck where you're really needing to like rack up a ton of shrooms and win through just the shroom. It's like, yeah, it's an aggro deck, and the shrooms are incidental damage. Yes, they also combo with a lot of other things. You can actually get quite a few shrooms in the deck, and then, you know, they combo with the Caitlyns, or sorry, the Karinas, and everything else. I guess they technically do combo with Caitlyn too, in a sense, the leveled up version. But you don't need to be getting a ton of mushrooms in the deck to win. That's not the only win condition. It is just the ability to get incidental damage.
Yeah, and that top deck Sentry actually changes the gameplay, the game plan considerably for Tamunda, because this is generally, you just want it to be a Draven turn, set up with the spinning axes to try and kill off this Teemo, but instead you need to kind of stop this Caitlyn, stop some of the aggression in his tracks, or else you would have been taking 4 there just from the damage, because you're not going to block with your Draven, right? So ends up, you know, being good to prevent damage, but it does slow down the more aggressive options that Tamunda wanted to set up. That Mystic Shot is going to help smooth things out a little bit, allow you to try and prevent this Teemo from getting a big swing where he actually levels up. Teemo's gonna level. I mean, that's just gonna happen. That's guaranteed. We already know that that's gonna happen. It's just a matter of, is the Teemo gonna be able to double the shrooms at any point in this game?
Right. Yeah, is the Teemo going to be alive to see the fruits of his work? Or I guess the funguses of his work? I don't know. But yeah, you know, the answer for Teemo is there. But Teemo's not the only threat. I mean, we see, of course, our good friend Chumpwump, the once on top 4-drop PNZ unit, but now lecturing Yordle is the new king in town. He's pushing. He's almost reached the precipice of Bull Elnuk stats, but also just has insane playability, and an attack trigger.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, pound for pound, not quite a bull Elnuck, but boy, when you factor in that ability, I hesitate to say this, but might actually be more powerful than the mighty bull Elnuck. I don't say that lightly.
Yeah, you know, that is a very powerful Elnuck that it is he is contending with, but yeah, he does work out pretty well. Does work out.
Did we just see the Flame Chompers just raw attack, not challenge anything?
No, it pulled the jump bump. So
it pulled the jump bump.
It kind of forced that Caitlyn block out.
Okay.
Which
I was very confused there for a second, because I'm like, okay, buy jump or buy Flame Chompers, but I guess that's what Tamunda wanted either way.
You can just play one of these mushroom clouds and go in with the leveled Teemo and just force a lot of pressure. Now, it's certainly getting Mystic Shotted. I don't think that
I would think
Tamunda's gonna let the shrooms get doubled.
It would be a spicy gambit to take. Yeah,
but it is another Teemo that has been top decked, I believe. Yep, it was another
nice.
Teemo.
Okay, some treasure. Now, we are on 5. We'll be going into 6. Attack token for Tamunda on 6. So the Scion threat is not quite there yet. But I do think, Tanya, going to want to play this aloof at some point before Tamunda has 7 or greater mana and the possibility of a Scion, because that is not where they want to.
I really like it now. I think it's like this is a good time because my reasoning is if there was a lost soul, it would have been discarded by one of these discard triggers at this point, right?
Yep.
And so there's not a lost soul, so you're not just going to be helping them. So the best case scenario is if you played it now, you would have discarded a Scion. And the worst case scenario is you probably discard like a 3-drop, like a Draven or something like that, right? And that's, I mean, that's solid, right? I mean, I know technically worst case scenario is they top deck the lost soul or something, and you hit it. But like realistically, like okay, well there we go. You should have played it last turn. See.
Well, yeah. They should have played it. You should have played it last turn because the sequencing now just means the same exact board could exist, but there would be a fleeting
poison dart. Play. Yeah.
Now there's just not. They just essentially just threw one right in the trash. But either way, poison dart can still come out. It'll just be a real one. We're just gonna go for some tricks here.
Kind of feels like Otterpuss is not bad to just get the chump blocker, but Stress Defense is also a very good card, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that pick up.
It definitely is. The issue being, obviously, it can't be played here. It is, I think the
chump is so nice.
The plan was always the Otterpuss here. It's allowing the chump. It's giving you another spell for the Puffcat Peddler. And
this block is better. That's a good call. Just because of the Caitlyn traps that are still existing, giving an opportunity to potentially ping away a 3/1 is much better than just jumping a Draven. You're blocking the same amount of damage. You're getting a little bit more value. And you have Karuna Mastermind coming out pretty soon. A lot of traps in the deck.
Yeah, there are a decent number. I don't know what the magic number is when you need to pop, when you're pretty much forced to play her, but
soon
might not be getting a chance. Yes.
Now,
soon or shortly after you've died, I guess is the answer.
Well, Jitamon is completely tapped out. You've got a Teemo and a way to put a lot of mushrooms in the deck. So at the very least, if you can do that and then survive, your Karina might just win the game.
True. How are we surviving, though, I guess is the question.
Lecturing Yordle's got a big butt, and he's not killing Scion.
But Twin Blade Revenant is almost certainly going to be pulling that, unfortunately.
Well, if he plays Twin Blade Revenant, then you can play Karina.
Oh, then you go. Yeah. That's true. Now, I will say, okay, I was going to say, going face with both and not killing that 3-1, that's got to be a little greedy.
Yeah. You need to deal with some of this. But the fact that you can play out this entire hand with the peddler, get the Teemo attack in. Like,
yeah, not
quite dead yet. The one draw and the Karina, like, I think you're winning. Like,
it's possible. Yeah, because right now we're taking 5 damage. We can go up to 6, 7.
Yeah, we're actually there's a whirling death, so open attack is having that Scion get through.
Yeah, that's true. Open attack is lethal.
6 shrooms. 6 shrooms, but only 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lethal with the axe too. Oof. Oh wait, that's a trinket trade. Stress defense.
Okay. Okay, time trick. You've got another shot at it. And neither of the other cards do anything, so this is a snap time trick.
Oh yeah, this is it has to be time trick. But what is the out? There's oh, I can't remember the name of the card. Insider knowledge, and you win. Great, time trick into insider knowledge. Why is it Death Ray? What world?
Oh, it's not Death Ray.
What world is it, Death Ray?
No. Oh, no.
I mean, I guess you're not expecting this whirling death, right? It's not main decked. It's just another Draven, right?
Yeah.
So protecting the Teemo, but you don't need this Teemo. Yeah. This Teemo is not completely useless. You have Karina.
Yeah.
There it is, though.
You just needed to try to survive.
No, I mean, I can understand it, right? Because, like, a lot of people, we see this consistently, players not playing around champion spells, but remember, you got to play around champion spells. This is, like, a very common thing that we see, is people making the mistake of not playing around champion spells.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely tough. And, you know, Caster Vision certainly does paint our opinion of that play pretty decidedly, but either way, that's gonna be Jay Tamunda taking down Wannabe 2-0.
Yeah, hey, it's just the way it is sometimes. It's a small mistake like that, and just that's your game. That's your entire game. You forget to play around a champion spell, and that's gonna be knocked out of round 1, dropping down to the lower bracket. Gonna see if they can climb their way back through. But Shrooms, I think that was a really winnable game. The deck actually performed pretty reasonably, I'd say. Like, that looked pretty good in the matchup.
I think there was just, like, not even counting that last play, I think, you know, a little bit of sequencing stuff that maybe would have made a huge difference. I mean, obviously it played out that the exact card punish on the exact turn happened with the Lost Soul being drawn the turn after with the aloof. But even so, like, just little you know, inefficiencies could have changed things there, and just one, like, coin flip, I think, and we're in a pretty different game.
Because I feel like that sequence always was better to play the aloof first, and then the lecturing on the next turn. But I digress. Anyways, we still got round 1 rolling on. We're gonna jump into Finney versus Boomer from NA. This is game 2 with Finney being up a game currently, and looks like he is on a little bit of Zoe Nami going up against Lee Sin Zoe on the other side. So there's actually 2 Lee Sins this week. We got M-Tuck, of course, playing Lee Sin, but also Boomer from NA going to be rocking it as well.
I was really hoping it was going to be the Bandlewood, the Bandle City Lee Sin deck that Panda was posting a couple weeks ago, though. I don't think that one really didn't really pick up steam quite as much.
All right, so a lot of spell thieves available for Finney. A lot of really cheap spells. A crazy hand if there's a Nami on board. So Finney's
Yeah.
just having to find that Nami because yeah, this board is wild if he gets there.
And this is very interesting because there's not really any good ways to deal with Lee Sin at all in this deck, right? Like there's not really. I guess technically the Traveler can get you a spell to deal with Lee Sin, but main deck, you're really not killing Lee Sin or doing much of anything to him besides like hitting him with a Make It Rain or blocking with a giant unit or something like that. So Lee Sin kind of gets pick of the litter here in terms of what he wants to do and can really start tearing up this board. So Finney's really going to have to build up resources and sort of make a really giant board very quickly, because every turn Lee Sin's going to be able to pick something off, if not start threatening even more damage once he's leveled up.
Yeah, just deals with the Sparkle Fly, finds the Nami. Now, this is a crazy hand for the Nami, right? You can get a Sparkle Fly out pretty quick. Just go ahead and pull the last one. Oh, actually going to go Gravitum because you actually have a Sparkle Fly in hand.
Sure.
Also, that might be his last Sparkle Fly, to be fair. We don't actually know. We just saw one die. Gravitum, though, is a good way to help you stall Lee Sin, so I'm not entirely surprised to see that pick regardless, especially with the drawn Sparkle.
You really don't need a ton of time. You just need a little bit.
Now, if he goes Crescendum, that means it's not the last Sparkle Fly. All right, so there is one more. Go ahead and pull that one out of the deck. Start to buff it up. Nopify on the Crescendum.
Okay.
You do have your final Sparkle Fly in hand.
Now.
With Nopifies in the list, Blev, I wonder, is it correct to just play out the 2-mana Sparkle Fly and then just use spells from there?
I was kind of wondering why the 2-mana Sparkle Fly wasn't played in the first place, just to get the buffs on it, but we'll see. Having a little bit of stream difficulty on the side of Finney, but we'll be back in just a sec if we can get back in. But yeah, I was kind of expecting the first Sparkle Fly to get played. Possible that Finney wants to keep it back in case there's like an open attack to maybe try to threaten to kill a Sparkle Fly. You want to keep one back. You don't necessarily want to, like, if there was a like a Lee Sin spell with 2 challengers kill both Sparkle Flies, that could be pretty awkward. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a wait for the Lee Sin to attack, play the Sparkle Fly after attack token, and then just get the buffs going.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. This is going to be tough, though, because there's 2 other non-Nami units out right now, so those buffs are going to get spread out, and that's kind of okay, but not necessarily great, because there are Dragonlings that just chump those.
It's like good against Lee Sin, but yeah, the Dragonlings are rough, because you want the buff spread against Lee Sin, because he's going to kick someone like back to your hand.
Right.
If he's not outright killing you, he's stopping your momentum. But Dragonlings, so they're not all elusives. If they're all elusives, it'd be fine. But all right, it seems like we end up having a DC. We'll see how that pans out as far as that game goes. We'll make sure we get a ruling for you all in just a moment. But we do need to run to a short break. We'll be back in just a few, and we can update you all on what's happening. So don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends continues after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. Round 1 is now done. There were some technical issues. We couldn't get the rest of that on stream, unfortunately, but we are going to take a look at the bracket so we can break down what has happened so far. Blev, we got Lavahe moving on, beating Rilke, going to be facing off against Finney, who was able to complete that game too. He was able to reconnect and find the victory over Boomer from NA. And M-Tuck took down Cephalopod. We witnessed Tamunda beating Wannabe. So, up next, Blev, M-Tuck versus Tamunda.
Yeah, definitely a good one. Obviously, we saw Tamunda, take the, quote-unquote best lineup. So, that's in the meta right now and take that to a 2-0 victory. M-Tuck bringing, has the Draven Scion, and I'm pulling up M-Tuck's other list. That is, of course, that Zoe Lee Sin, of course, that we've seen him play. We play last week as well as to a very high placement on the ladder. So this is kind of what I was talking about before. There's no way M-Tuck is coming into this event not having Zoe Nami and or Draven Scion on his mind. So not only is he able to make decisions and deck slot choices based on the fact that he's going to be playing against some number of both of those decks, but he's also just got that the play patterns ready and is able to is very much used to those. So this is going to be the proof will be in the pudding for this round. I think is the all-star lineup able to overpower someone who knows that these decks are coming through, or can M-Tuck play something a little more off meta in the form of Lee Sin and take it down?
Yeah, I mean, the Lee Zoe has just been a staple for him. He popped off last week, got the second place against Rilke. Coming back, running back, I believe this is the fully same lineup. I think he did play Lee Zoe and Draven Scion last time as well. And
yeah,
I mean, he's just so good on the Lee Zoe. I mean, we talk about Fry Guy in the past on the Ezreal Karma. We talked about, Filthy Gamer Weeb on the TF Fizz, and now it's M-Tuck playing his Lee Zoe, and he's just so strong on the deck, makes a lot of really great decisions, a lot of great lines. Very rare that you're going to find big mistakes out of M-Tuck. And because of that, I mean, the deck just wins a lot. It's able to find a lot of victories where you feel like it's not going to, and then he just finds the Lee Sin plus the Overwhelm, and he gets that kill. He's very, very good at piloting this list, and it's going to be tough for anybody in the event to be able to take him down on that. A lot of times you would see players like this on lists like this get banned out, but this is Fight Night.
Right.
You cannot hide from M-Tuck's Lee Zoe. You have to be able to beat it.
There is no hiding from decks at Fight Night. You will face your fears head on, no matter what, at Fight Night. That's a hilarious way to think about it. I've never once done that. It's like, banning. No. That's just showing your fear. It's like going into the season is like, I'm not gonna pick a ban. Not even gonna pick one.
I'll just let it random. It'll just ban the one on the left every time.
Right. Yeah. I'm just gonna close my eyes and click one. But yeah, no, this is definitely a format where you can't hide, but also, like I said, if you're bringing the quote unquote best decks, like there is a bit of a target, and I guarantee you, and especially considering that we saw M-Tuck play the matchups quite a few times last week, I guarantee M-Tuck is more ready than most play against both of the decks on the side of Tamunda. It's going to be, are those decks powerful enough to not care about that? Yeah,
I mean, I think it's like you can't hide on both sides too. Is one of the cool things I find is like you can't hide in the fact that you can't ban away something you're scared to play against, but also you have to play both your decks. You have to play both of them really well. If you make mistakes, you're going to make mistakes. If you're not good enough on the deck, you're generally going to lose in Fight Night. Normally people don't come into Fight Night, make a ton of mistakes, and still win. It doesn't happen a lot of the time. Generally, you got to play pretty clean because, you can't hide behind a ban. You can't hide behind your opponent banning a deck that is just good that you brought. Right. If you brought the best deck, but you have no idea how to play it, they're not banning it. You have to play it. you actually have to pilot it. So I think there's like the two sides of that. And, we know for M-Tuck, like, he's very comfy on both of these lists. We saw last week. Draven Scion, he looked good as well. But also the Lee Zoe, he's been grinding an insane amount of games on the ladder. That's why he's rank 1. He's still holding rank 1 even after last week. So 2 weeks in a row that he's been holding it. Nobody may contest him because seasonal coming up, right? So
Right.
a lot of people are camping for the 7-2 Holy
Right.
Land being blessed,
The
as we
yeah.
as we call it. We call it 7-2 blessed or 7-2 cursed. Croc and I.
Yeah.
And they wanna be able to go 7-2 blessed and make it into the top 32. So MTuck probably just gonna be sitting on rank 1 this whole season. He built a pretty big buffer. I don't know if anybody's gonna challenge him.
Yeah, it's usually it's because of the I guess the rewards for having your rank at a certain spot for the seasonal. It's kind of a double edge, because if you're like really low, you want to grind and like try to spike up. But if you're in already, you kind of don't want to play. It's really only if you're on the border. But if you're like, you know, rank 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, well, maybe you're not doing it. Maybe you're not playing any more games on your main.
And this is a good start for Tamunda, right? He's got the double trouble straight away, and then he's got that Nami a little bit lacking on spells.
Yeah,
we'll have to see how Tamunda draws from here on out, but at least to kick things off, he's got the standard things that you want to be finding. Well,
he also pulled arguably one of the best one drops that you can get, which of course is Plucky Poro. But no, the student here is excessively good, potentially here, as you know, being able to really get just buffed up on its own. You don't even need to do anything fancy with Nami to get the sparring student pretty strong. But also, Plucky Poro, unironically, does take buffs quite nicely too.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually not going to play for the Nami game plan. We're going to play for the sparring student game plan. I'm going to go for the second double trouble.
Yeah, why not?
Now we'll play out the Nami, or we just go Zoe. Maybe it's just a Zoe. You don't have any spells, so the Nami's not that crazy yet.
Right.
You can try and generate a spell for yourself, I suppose, but...
Nami going to be a 3-mana 3/4. Meh.
Probably just good to get her on the board anyway, though, so we are going to see that happen.
On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, are we going into a Lee Sin turn? We are, potentially. So could
be risky.
Perhaps be a little bit risky here, especially when you're not getting any value from the Nami. Granted, you're not really getting any value from the Zoe either, because it's not going to be able to attack, I don't think, the 1/3 Zoe on the side of MTuck.
Yeah. Tamunda's super jealous, because MTuck's the one who finds his gifts from beyond, but that's actually going to be a Calibrum, as he already has 2 Eyes of the Dragon on the board. Feels like, hey, don't really need a third one. Go for a different moon weapon, get more value.
The third one is generating the same number of Dragonlings as 2, so might as well get value somewhere else.
What are we doing here? We got Spell Thief, though. You can steal the gifts from beyond. That's actually really nice.
True.
So
not great. No board space.
No, certainly not. And it's like, you can just run these into Dragonlings, but don't love that either.
No. Now, if you play a non-burst speed spell and hover, will it show what Nami is going to buff, or is it random? I'm not sure. I really don't know.
I do not know either. I mean, we know it's going on Plucky Poro or Zoe, but we don't know which one.
Right. Now, almost, yeah, I was gonna say I actually like the attack with Zoe, because you can guarantee a buff onto Zoe by playing 2 spells.
Yep. Gonna have to be the Spell Thief. You're gonna steal the gifts from beyond.
You could steal a star chart if you really wanted to.
I mean, you're stealing it every time, right?
I mean, definitely, but you could.
Yeah, you do technically have the option, Blev. You are correct.
Hey, you know, Wannabe had the option to take the burn spell and instead of potentially going for a win, and that's what they did.
True, very true. Tamunda actually going to go Calibrum though instead of going for the Crescendum, just wanting to deal with the Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, it's crazy how all these expansions come out, all of these units come out, new champions, etc., and it's still Eye of the Dragon that's just like the bane of everyone's existence. The
card that made me stop playing right.
Gummy 2020. No, I think that was the Nab. Yeah, it was Nab. But shout outs to Gummy. I know you're not watching, bud, but now I can point back to a clip and call you out for not watching. So, anyways, back to the match here. The blind master himself, Lee Sin, is out, and Tamunda has that wide board, has a leveled up Nami, but how much does that really do when Lee Sin's going to have his pick of the litter?
Yeah, I mean, this is just... It ends up being like a really tough spot, right? Because Lee Sin, you don't have great answers to. You can use the Zoe spell.
Mm-hmm.
And at least this is going to save you one turn, and maybe that's enough that your Nami really goes off and can just buff everything like crazy. Swap perspectives real quick. Just having a little bit of stream lag issues.
I got very confused, but now that makes a lot of sense. Like, did he just steal the Lee Sin? What trickery is this? How come I haven't been playing that card in my deck?
Is that what Sleepy Troubled Bubble does?
I've never cast it. Yeah, we saw this. We started to see this with Finney. You don't need to necessarily kill the Lee Sin. It's just, can you buy enough time to chip away? And the chip away plan, very tough to do against double Eye of the Dragon. Which again, maybe points towards why Tamunda took that Calibrum to try to actually answer one of them. But even so, it's still going to be tough.
Yeah.
MTUC's still at 14, 2 Eyes of the Dragon right now. And honestly, leveled all of Zoe. These leveled Zoe would help.
I'm just calling this a leveled Zoe already for MTUC. Like I just.
Oh, is it there?
I mean, it's getting
that's
there.
True. There's spell shield.
Like,
yeah, it's
not gonna die.
Yeah, there's not really answers anyhow. Which means Lee Sin will be getting lifesteal. Not necessarily a winning proposition to fight against a lifesteal leveled up Lee Sin.
Okay, we're gonna go Zap.
A little afraid that there might have been a disconnect, which would have been unfortunate at this very important juncture of the game. And we are not quite leveled up. MTUC utilizing the burst pass twice.
Both champions are just about there, though. They're just, they're both just primed and ready to level up. That's going to be the opening, though, for the Calibrum to kill one of these.
Yep.
Board's getting a little bit scary because it's really wide, right? It's a very wide board, and Tamunda is making it tall as well with the Nami. Still having Dragonlings, though, to block is going to be nice, and still, potentially, you can just jam Scattered Pods. You've got save 1 for turn 10 to give everything elusive, but or then you can jam 1, try and look for spells to help you out in this scenario.
Yep. And this attack, it's pretty straightforward, but it's also very notable. It is presenting lethal, so that will force a block from MTUC, at least in some capacity. So now MTUC not only has to block, but now has to probably overblock as well, because the pumps are, I mean, it's basically a full hand on the side of Tamunda, full mana as well. So the blocks need to come out to they need to come out to, you know, play around potential other pumps.
Yeah, having to play around everything ends up preempting that Pale Cascade to level up Zoe. So now Amtuck has leveled Zoe. That aura is going to last.
Yep.
Rest of this game, we do get to see some pumps from Tamunda. And, you know, this is a lot of damage coming through, right? 8 damage already coming through. Looking like he's going to try and either level his own Zoe or just keep that Zoe alive. She's almost there as well.
Yeah. I mean, if you can level up the Zoe, that's pretty good. You play a Sparklefly, all of a sudden everything's a Sparklefly.
Yeah. That's big. That's one way to beat the leveled Zoe and the leveled Lee Sin, is your own leveled Zoe.
True. But the problem is that you can only ever heal back up to 20, and Lee Sin, well, Lee Sin can do more than that in one fell chunk.
The saving grace is just Amtuck doesn't have that, right? He doesn't have the overwhelm for Lee yet.
Can get it though. We see a gifts that can get overwhelm.
You go Infernum instead.
Don't quite have the power yet though.
Infernum will put you dealing 12 damage.
Yep. And that will be 12 lifesteal damage once this Dragonling comes down.
That's
next
true.
Turn.
That's true. Heal you back up to 20. Pods, luckily for Tamunda, are not going to be enlightened yet, though, so he can still go over the top with some big elusives.
Okay. Ooh, knock him down going upstairs. Okay.
There's the lifesteal.
Ooh, Conch Palm could be huge.
Yeah, the Crescent, if there's any develops as well. There's a lot of really good answers. Hush gonna help.
Hush as well.
Stopping the Zoe level up this turn. Interesting. Gonna just try and jam that and kill her.
Sure. Yeah, love it. Yeah, don't need to get fancy here. Let's just gain some life. Kill a Zoe. Be pretty tough to be able to save the Zoe. Could perhaps pump it to a point of just going back to hand.
Which is essentially the same as her dying. But
right.
Now you've thrown away a bunch of cards, so.
Right. Yeah. Not quite good.
So much lifesteal as well.
Yep. So yeah, and this you know, normal Zoe that's still on the board has lifesteal as well. So, you know, Zoe herself is a Sparklefly, and we know how hard it is to get through a Sparklefly just in general, even if it's not pumped very high. Just blocking, it just prevents so much damage. Chumps, gain some life. It's huge.
Amtuck's always playing so smart on this list.
Yep.
That Snap Hush is probably going to be the difference maker in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to prevent that Zoe level up so that we don't see this like 6-3 also being an elusive.
Right.
However, this attack is pretty threatening. You only have one elusive on the board. Granted, there is that Conch Palm.
Right. I mean, we could 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. Amtuck could have just pressed OK there, taken the damage. Not sure how fruitful that ends up being, though.
Actually, yeah. Taking the 11 sounds completely correct. But Tamunda doesn't actually play out anything, so works out okay for Amtuck. But I think you're right, yeah. Why don't we just take that 11? Because you got to be worried about the buffs coming through, and you can only block one thing, so it's like, okay.
Well, yeah, I think in general that's the case, and I think if there was not a Conch Palm in hand, we would have likely seen that 11 taken, but I think Amtuck almost wanted to goad Tamunda into committing some more resources. Hey, make a bigger unit. I'd love to be able to stun it, because if you're pushing lethal, there's almost no chance that lethal is going to go through the the Conch Palm. So, you know, let's have Tamunda actually just waste some more resources that he's not going to be able to use defensively, and go from there. Because now it's like lethal is going to be presented here, and it's going to be pretty tough to survive, I think, on the side of Tamunda.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is just going to be game. I don't think there's really any answers. Is there maybe one Hush?
There
in this
is
deck?
one. Oh no, that's that deck.
There's one
Tamunda
Hush.
has one Hush. Yes.
One Bastion as well. That technically
Yep.
can stop this from ending the game.
Yep. And Guiding Touch also technically
can steal Hush.
Can steal Hush. Can steal Guiding Touch as well to put him at 17 and only take 16.
All right, a long time on the choice. Curious if it was multiple options that could keep alive.
Okay, Pale Cascade. That's
Draw.
grasping at straws.
That was the stolen card, was it not? So.
Oh, there's the Guiding Touch off the top.
There we go. Staying alive.
Not dead yet. MTuck has a draw to go for something.
Oh, you're right. The Guiding Touch could find something like a Pale.
Pale would do it. Another Lee Sin would do it.
Twin Disciplines.
Twin Disciplines would
Sonic
do it.
Wave.
So, yeah, is there? Yeah, there is at least one other. I think Raw, Sonic Wave, Resonance Strike. Deny does not.
That does not do it.
Deny also pretty bad in general against the Zoe Nami deck, as it pretty much only counters champion spells, Double Trouble, and Knock 'em down. I guess technically things that can be spell thieved, but not great.
There's Shelly.
I mean, you cannot see a bigger disparity in life totals here. 20-1, a wide, elusive lifesteal board on the side of MTuck, a combat-based deck on the side of Tamunda. It seems about as doomed as possible, but this is, going to be the last turn, I think, for Tamunda, even if he's able to gain some life back somehow. Well, he'll gain life back from the Sparklefly, but it is unlikely to be enough to get through the Lee Sin.
Yeah, very, very unlikely that this gets through Lee. I mean, the Spell Thief, it can find like a Hush to try and get through or to survive another turn. At a certain point, there's only 4 cards in hand. There's only 13 mana. How are we going to get enough buffs to make this work? I mean, the constant cycle is the way to do it, right? You got Guiding Touch.
Yeah.
You got the Spell Thieves. You're generating more cards, more spells, more things to play.
I think
Tommy's Ebb.
Okay. Yeah, that's more spells, but
Yeah, there's Nopify.
I'm like chomping at the bit for a target for Nopify. Yeah, that effectively countering 3 spells, and now I'm saying, yeah, let's put this one away. Let me stop you right there, bud. Okay, make it rain. Did kill one of the X1s, not the one that I'm sure
Don't you just deny
was
that,
hoping
though?
for.
Is there any other spell you're worried about?
Is there any spell you're worried about?
Yeah, I feel like maybe he had another plan for this turn. Like maybe he wants to hold on for a Conch Bomb or something. I was like, yeah, you could probably just deny that though, so the buff doesn't come through.
Right.
Didn't really hit target. Like if it was going on to the pod, he probably would deny it.
Right. I think MTuck just this is all just spinning wheels, and MTuck doesn't want to get caught with no mana, right? Like that is the potential lose option. Even though I don't think it's possible, there's you know, MTuck does have the timer on him, right?
Oh,
so he can't, you know, go through and think of every iteration of possible cards with stolen cards and potentially generated cards. But
yeah,
taking the safest line, that's going to be it. MTuck, as we've seen time and time again over the past couple of weeks, getting the W. Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I mean, he was in a position where he does nothing and wins. As long as he's not going to lose on board, as long as the thing happening is not killing him, he kind of just waits until it is killing him, and then he reacts,
right?
And then he wins with Lee Sin. So, you know, he's playing it right regardless whether you think, oh, there's no other target for that Anai or not. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, as long as he's not dead, he doesn't care. He just has to get the Lee Sin on the next turn. And yeah, I mean, that's why we just see him continually winning with this deck over and over and over again. He just always finding that victory. And now it's over to Draven Scion. He's got 2 chances to find the win with this deck. And we always talk about it. It's just this deck has really good matchup tables just across the board. So it's generally going to be able to find that win. We'll see as it goes up against Jtamundo once again on the Nami Zoe.
So MTuck, there's a thing I do where if I have a Draven's biggest fan, I'm mulliganing away all my Dravens. MTuck keeps a Draven and then draws another one because the deck always wants to troll you when you mulligan one away when you have a Draven's biggest fan. So MTuck says he tricked the deck. He says, I want 2 Dravens. Thank you very much. I'll take 2.
Yeah. We saw how powerful it can be to have the 2 Dravens earlier, right? You know, having that Whirling Death in the back pocket, especially with Scion in the late game, can be super powerful. And this deck does not kill Draven very easily. He's likely to just stick around on board, trying to chip away, getting chumped. This can be a pretty wide attacking board. A lot of potential damage coming through very early on in the game.
Right. Yeah.
Zonai with Reborn Grenadier.
Well, the thing about playing against the Zami Noe.
Yeah, Noe Zoe
Nami.
Yeah, Noe Zami. Yeah.
God, now I'm like confusing myself. I can't say it. Playing against the deck that Tamunda is playing, you know, the chip damage early is not necessarily great if it comes at the cost of board position or resources, because it can all be gained back with a Sparklefly. So, you know, MTuck is making the decision to say, hey, you know what? Let's get that damage going, because this is not costing board position. It's actually pushing board position potentially. Granted, here comes the Nami leveled up on time as always. I feel like we've seen Nami leveled up on turn 3 or 4 just about every game we've seen it on camera today.
I think it actually has been every game today that we've seen so far out of the Zoe Nami. So
kind of insane.
Everybody's hitting today. Everybody's getting their Nami on a line straight away. And you know, MTuck gonna be able to get some board position, get 7 damage through. If a Sparklefly isn't found immediately, this is a life total that can start to get very scary very quickly. And we do see it get excited in hand for MTucks already as well. So this is something we have to keep our eye on. And Jtamundo knows that, hey, that, you know, Ephemeral is dying regardless. So let's try and get a little damage onto the Sump Dredger.
Yep. So I got to point this out because I absolutely love this play from MTucks. If you notice, MTuck attacked with that Draven, only has 2 mana. There was no axe in hand because it was discarded. If Jtamundo blocks with the Nami, it just eats the Draven. So that Draven, there's 3 damage that was just got from MTuck that didn't necessarily. I don't think everyone makes that attack with Draven. I think a lot of people leave that Draven back there. Now, granted, he does have an extra Draven in hand. He's probably fine with Nami taking damage anyway. But even so, you know, Jtamundo could very well have blocked that Draven there, but just knowing your opponent's never blocking with their Nami, even if there's just the threat of something to kill it, you can get that 3 in there, and I think a lot of players don't do that.
Yeah, and I mean, MTuck's, you know, he just gets to present. He's like, I got 2 mana. I have Flock. He's like, hey, I've got Flock. Go ahead, block my Draven. Dare you.
Right.
I dare you to block my Draven.
Right.
Because then I'm going to Flock your Nami, and guess what? Draven does 3. Why? 1 Guiding Touch, that's not saving you. 1 Sunblessed Vigor, not saving you. You're going to need 2 spells to protect your Nami at that point. It's a really good position for MTucks. And yeah, he's got the extra Draven, but even if he didn't, I think it just gives him a great spot to just be like, yeah I either get 3 or you can test me on what cards I've got in hand.
Right. Yeah. Or it's like, I could have a Mystic Shot right now. And now, actually, I think if Tamunda is paying attention, which I'm sure he is because he's a very high-level player, he probably is putting MTux on a Mystic Shot right now, which may very well be changing what he plays here to see if he wants to actually commit resources to protect the Sparklefly there. Because Tamunda's probably thinking, can I keep the Sparklefly alive through Get Excited and the Mystic Shot that MTux just represented?
Yeah, always gonna have to be a thought. Now the buffs are rolling in onto the Zoe. Zoe actually gets the star chart, which is huge for the Nami to be able to have more spells. We're still a little bit away from the Scion turn, so Tamunda has some time. Gonna have 2 attack tokens before the Scion attack token comes through.
Yep, but the chip damage is certainly all very, very relevant because the Sparklefly was taken down. There could be, of course, there are still 2 Sparkleflies left in the deck, so they could come back out, but these buffs are going on to Zoe right now, not a Sparklefly, and theoretically, MTux can race a Zoe. He's wide enough. He has that sort of inevitability with Scion. The Sentry was a huge pickup, potentially to be either very aggressive right now, which looks like he's going for, or just to stop an attack if Tamunda develops.
Yeah, I like the aggression. I think,
oh yeah,
basically force Tamunda to throw something away into your attack, or else the game already ends. It feels like this is just so much pressure that Tamunda is going to have to make some decisions here where they're probably going to lose out on an attacker, and the Zoe is likely not going to get 15 in on her own. You can also still threaten to flock this Zoe, and potentially if you do so after Tamunda plays another card, the Zoe might just be forfeit. There might actually not be enough ways to protect her with the Nami buffs going to the other unit instead.
Yep. Okay, now Tamunda getting the essentially knowing that this Draven does have to be blocked at some point, right? So is going to block the Draven here, perhaps just force more cards out of MTux.
Yeah, see, exactly. Ooh.
Yep, I like this too.
Okay. Try and get the Nami down.
Get the Nami down, keep the Draven alive, and kill the Zoe. With 2 mana, it's pick your... Who are you going to save? You have 2 spells. Yeah, I don't think there's a way that Zoe is alive here.
Have to be... I mean, Zoe's always dead.
Yeah.
Spell Thief. You can steal stuff on the stack, right?
Spell Thief
plus flock, yeah.
Yeah, you can steal.
So
you could steal
Thief flock is probably the best option. It's going to be Sunblessed on the Zoe.
Sunblessed does keep the Zoe alive.
Which means that the Nami is dead. And so is
Nami
the Zap.
Gone. Yep. Zap is still dead. Okay. Well, again, this is MTux still saying, yeah, I can, I can beat a Zoe. I can even beat a level up Zoe potentially, because guess what? Scion can come down now, or could come down on next attack.
Nami number 2
does not have lifesteal.
Yep. Yeah, there's still the Scion though. Scion's just ready to go. And set up the open attack even, so you can avoid things like Crescent Strike. It's overall better to play the Scion on this turn, I believe.
I like the Scion on this turn. I think MTux is just thinking like, do you open? So if you just play the Scion here, then the doors are open. It's all of your mana being used. Tamunda still has 5 effective mana and 5 cards in hand.
Blevins is the first time I've ever seen this.
Scion's not leveled.
I've literally never seen someone play an unleveled Scion. It doesn't happen. It's just not a thing.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought Scion playability was leveled up. Was level me.
Is it a bug? Is this a bug?
Yeah.
It's a unleveled Scion on the board.
Yeah, Scion play level me up. That's what I thought it said. I didn't think I had any of these other abilities. I didn't even know what they were. Okay, Moonsilver. Can we push 15? Ooh, no, but the spark. Ooh,
that's lifesteal.
The Sparkle Fly is, yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking. No, I don't think MTuck would be able to stop that anyway. Yeah, MTuck just sees the writing on the wall. No reason to play through it. Yeah. That's going to be it.
Yeah, he knows. I mean, that's just immediately going to be the game. Second, that Sparkle Fly is there with the level up at the same time. So that's just going to be 10 lifesteal coming through with the Zoe. I mean, it's just far too much healing. Not really going to break through that just with one Scion. And you're going to die in 2 turns. So ends up just letting that one go. And we got one more game between these two. It's going to be a Draven Scion mirror.
Yep. It sure is. And I'm pulling up both of their decks just to see, are there any notable differences?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
The answer is yeah.
Yeah, there are.
Aloof Travelers in MTuck deck. And we've got Papa Farron, one of Captain Farron on the side of Tamunda here, as well as the Time Winder for Tamunda too. A couple other just number changes as well. MTuck even running the Raw Whirling Death, non-champion spell version.
All right. It's to turn 3. We're going to see the Dravens start to come down.
Yep, the classic. All right, the Lost Soul engine has begun. MTuck not even going for the Draven. Makes sense. You know,
wants to block.
Really want to block with Draven.
No, you could make an argument for just playing the Draven and just using the survival skills to block, getting value out of it early on, but you may want this later to answer some kind of a spell. Not going to be able to answer it. Actually,
nope.
No.
Yeah. I
I've
found out the hard
a couple
way.
Of times, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. It will choose the survival skills. Will pick its. It will pick its target before the axe is activated. So even though the Draven will be larger once the axe happens, survival skills picks first.
All right.
So
stick spawn to the Fallen Rider. Could just attack in and let the trade happen. Can just also pass. Feels like attacking is just fine.
Yeah, I think the trade is likely to be offered either way. And I think MTuck's probably happy taking the trade. So you might as well. I mean, maybe there's a world where Tamunda doesn't block, so you're at least potentially getting that 4 damage in. Okay, second Draven coming out, and there it is. Lost Soul, the Lost Soul Twin Blade Revenant value engine has started, and this is kind of interesting. I guess this is just. I feel like this has to be a survival skills here. Maybe a leveled Draven. You could double axe survival skills to level up Draven here. I'm kind of curious what the thought process was, because this Draven was it was face up. The Twin Blade Revenant was face up. So we knew, Draven was going to be threatened here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you're either just casting the Whirling Death or you're playing the survival skills, right?
Okay.
So
yep,
one of these two is happening. Goes for the Whirling.
Yep. Okay, more axes. But the value, I mean, MTuck really has to become the aggressor because you're not going to be able to really outvalue the Lost Soul game plan. It's just so much. I mean, I guess the axes definitely help, especially when combined with Rummage. And Aloof looking pretty bad with the Lost Soul face up in hand.
All right. Yeah. I mean, you have to wait for Tamunda to discard Lost Soul themselves, and then you could that's probably the perfect time to just rip the Aloof.
Certainly not many better times.
All right, there's just a swing in. More axes for MTuck.
Yep.
There's the discard through. Now you can play Aloof.
Yep. Yeah, and MTuck hovering over. I mean, you still might hit a Scion, you still might hit another Lost Soul, but it's at least the best time to do it.
Well, you want to hit the Scion. It's not you want.
That's true. That's true.
Scion. Ah, it's another Lost Soul.
It's another Lost Soul.
It's another Lost Soul.
Oh, Lost Soul diff confirmed.
Okay.
Oh, but there's the Scion, and the Lost Soul was protecting it too. Oh, brutal. MTuck just massively on the back foot now. The Sentry is certainly going to help here. And the opposing Scion could certainly be quite good for MTuck. The problem being, you pretty much always, unless you're going to die from the first Scion hit, you want to be the Scion that's not attacking first if Scions are trading. Leveled up Scions are trading. Granted, MTuck's Scion is not actually leveled up.
Likely still will be when he plays it, because he has played a ton of power this game. I don't think we're having a repeat of the last one. I think this is likely going to be a leveled Scion when it hits the board.
Yeah.
What's interesting is there is some like weird things you can do with survival skills to keep your Scion alive for an extra turn and then rally the following turn after Tamunda's Scion is dealt with. But then there's also the concern that Tamunda just plays Scion number 2.
Right.
I mean, you're always going to play Scion anyway, right? We're getting Scion is coming down next turn.
Right. Yeah, Scion comes down. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, the weird bug in the last game where he didn't level up immediately when played.
Yeah, we'll have to report that to Riot. Okay, Draven can come down.
Ooh,
now.
That means Whirling Death can be in hand for Tamunda.
Absolutely brutal. Yeah, this is the calculus here is pretty insane. But at the end of the day, I think MTuck kind of painted into a bit of a corner here and kind of just has to attack. You do have some options with the survival skills potentially. Like you mentioned on the Scion, it's just are you actually able to survive the crackback? I mean, I guess you would definitely be able to survive this one. And are you pushing lethal? I mean, almost. You're definitely pushing a lot of damage. If you're MTuck, and you do have a Get Excited, so I wouldn't necessarily hate just letting this happen.
Yeah, that feels like a Whirling Death.
Yep. Okay, that can get survival skills.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the play, right? I mean, if this is a Whirling Death onto your Scion, you have to stop it.
Yeah. Or else you're just not pushing barely any damage.
It's just a Mystic.
It's just a Mystic shot.
Oh, gonna go for it anyway. Survival skills. I was talking about this play, Blev. I was thinking this is it's an interesting line to go because you let your opponent rally, but you can still just block them again.
True. Yeah, I mean you'll be taking 9.
This is really bad into Scion number 2.
It is excessively bad into Scion number 2.
But you also have to think that if this attack goes through, you can just get Arachnoid Sentry'd on your Scion zombie.
True. Very true. Very true. Although that can still happen next turn. Actually, I guess no, it could.
You would get priority when your Scion dies.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, also the survival skills of Tamunda. Okay. Well, we're kind of at square one here. Although this, I think, puts MTuck very favored, not only because of the life total, but because now, essentially, MTuck is going to be able to attack. Like, it's going to be very hard for Tamunda to attack. Although the Chompers can just pull the Scion and not kill it.
That's true. Pull the Scion.
Scion and not kill it. But
MTuck could also not kill the Scion.
Yeah. Okay.
You could take 10.
Will this be the world record for most number of Scion attacks where neither Scion died or the game ended?
This feels like that's not right to do. Right? Because unless you're killing your own Scion, are we get exciting?
We could get excited our own Scion. That's not. Oh wait, actually, I guess it. Can Scion Reborn block?
Yes, Scion Reborn can block.
Okay, so it wouldn't actually be threatening lethal. Only gonna be pushing 6. And Hollow of the Slayer is weakest enemy, right? So
his weakest enemy.
Yeah. I feel like I like this a little bit better.
I agree. I think this is a little bit better. Let's the Scion through.
Does let 10 get through, which is not great, but 8, I feel like it's relatively safe from just dying outright. Now, I mean, there's always the opportunity to have, 3 Get Exciteds or 2 Get Exciteds and a Mystic Shot, or 3 Mystic Shots and a Get Excited. Although, I don't know if they're running 3 Mystic Shots, but either way.
Okay.
When another Flame Chompers means that this Roar of the Slayer not gonna do too much.
All night, just gonna keep slow playing.
All right. I mean, there's no Lost Souls in hand. This is the time. This is Aloof's time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get better. It's just like, is it gonna hit Lost Soul number 3, or do you find Scion? Well, you're probably not gonna hit Scion number 2 because he's a Roar of the Slayer right now. But you could hit something else. Find it. I mean, Twin Blade Revenant is a great. That's a great hit.
Wow, a rare Twin Blade Revenant actually dying. Wow. Very interesting. Which means no Captain Farron in hand, no survival. Well, survival skills already got cast. Okay. Very interesting.
Block, Dion Scion.
Okay, what do we
Priority comes back to MTuck. Yeah. Priority comes back to MTuck.
This game!
So MTuck gets to attack first.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if he's ending the game with the swing, but it is advantage to him.
It's certainly threatening to end the game.
Yeah, you will have to throw away this Scion returned on Tamunda's side. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, this is pretty scary.
Oh my God. What is this game?
Tamunda flinched first. It opened up the door. M-Tux with a really aggressive play.
Block. We have a get excited plus a mystic shot.
Yeah, your crackback barely doesn't win, though, with the Scion, unless you have an axe, but there's no axe in hand. We can see there's none.
Mystic shot. Mystic shot, okay. I'm not dead yet. Okay, board getting cleared off. And yeah, the
Scion's... Oh, there's a sentry. It's enough.
3. Wow.
Tamunda.
This game. Wow.
Tamunda actually gets it. Finds the victory. Had just enough juice that he was confident to be like, hey, can bait you into coming in with your Scion now.
Yeah.
Set up to go with the kill with the Mystics. And yeah, there shouldn't be any more survival skills in the deck. I think there was only one. It's a one of. So the fact that was gone, you know this is safe. What a great play. Ends up finding the victory.
Fantastic.
Yeah. That's an awesome mirror to watch when everybody has all the cards they really want.
Well, yeah, that was an awesome mirror to watch when both players are absolutely at the top of the their skill with those decks, right? Like both players knowing the decks, and then, you know, of course, by proxy, knowing the plan of the opponent and knowing what is important. I mean, both players were they were playing these really weird plays where if this is the first time you've ever seen these decks, they might look very weird. Like, why are we killing our own units? But they're both jockeying to essentially have the advantage going into an attack, and just masterfully played by both players. But Tamunda able to outmaneuver it there. Yeah,
that was great between the two. Rank 1 and rank 4 respectively on the ladder right now. Both these players have been popping off recently, and we're gonna jump in to game number 3, I believe. Game number 3 between Salvaje and Finney. Just trying to go at it for this last game. It is going to be Sivir Akshan versus Zoe Nami. Attack token going back to Finney, and he does have a Sparkle Fly on board alongside a Shelly, but look at that draw, the Cataclysm. Going to allow Sivir to take care of that Sparkle Fly. That might be the nail in the coffin, picking that up. There is a rally ready to go for Salvaje on the next turn as well. Just continue that pressure.
Right, and yeah, that's gonna give Finney essentially one action. Messenger Sigil. Nice. Is there just a okay, that Preservarium was bugged out there. This is going to give Finney one action to do something. It's going to be to play a Zoe now. Yep, there it is. Golden Aegis. So now, can Finney, with 6 mana and 5 cards in hand, push 17? And that's not even factoring in the Sharp Sight. I would say unlikely, but possible. Actually, I don't know if it's possible. It seems, my gut says it's maybe possible when there's already 7.
I mean, fortunately for Finney, Salvaje can't play this Absolver plus Absolver Return to give everything that overwhelm. Or else this would just be guaranteed done right now. But instead, it's just going to be... I mean, how much of Finney's board can he keep alive?
Right. Not much. Although if we... Okay, Guiding Touch. All right, the attacks are coming in. Bell Cascade. 7, 8, 9, 10. Still not even close. There's a sharp sight.
I'm just gonna deal with the Zoe. It also makes the attack even scarier.
Mm-hmm.
Only taking 7. Only 2 mana left for Finney. Attack token for Savaje.
Yeah. And that's going to be going into yet another attack token.
Oh, this can also find something. Yeah, it finds Overwhelm.
Oh.
Is that just
right.
it? Maybe not quite. Maybe not quite. There's a lot of HP still available for Finney. Yeah, I think it goes to 1 on my quick maths.
Taking 3 there, go to 5, and then blocking 6, 10 plus 4. 5 plus 4 is 9 is mine. Okay, Sunblessed Vigor, I think, leaves unalive.
Isn't it 4 plus 3?
It's 3.
I mean, now there's even more, right? Now there's an extra
Right.
2.
Plus 2 is 5.
Yeah.
I see, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Living on 1. But this is going into an open attack.
Yes.
From Savaje with Absolver to give. Well, you don't even have to give the Overwhelm anymore. You already have it.
Right.
You've already got it. So.
Yeah.
Very dead. Very dead.
Looking like, yeah, very dead is the case here.
Golden
Oh,
Aegis
another
on
Golden
top.
Aegis. How about it?
Yeah, it's their champions on board. Yeah, do the +2/+2, of course. it's an Akshan and a Sivir. Just give him more damage.
Yep.
Looks like Savaje in their first fight night.
All right.
Scoot their way into the winners final. Take on tamunda. Taking down Finney. Finney, multiple time, fight night finalist. I think he has 1 win. I'm trying to remember if that's a second. He probably has a win in BR as well. I think I've seen him pick up a win there. He's constantly getting good tournament placements. Really, really strong player. He's always high on ladder. And going to be taken down by Savaje here. We'll be moving on to face off against tamunda. But, as always, hey, that's a round done. Winners semifinal done. Winners final coming up. We got to go to a short break. But when we come back, Fight Night Legends will return. So don't go anywhere. Don't want to miss this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. Moving on up to the winners bracket final, Blev. It's Taco Salvaje versus Jay Tamunda. We have Ash Knox in winners finals. Just throwing that out there, Blev. It's been a minute.
A tale as old as time. It comes and goes as it pleases, but it's pretty much, you know, it's always at least kind of there. Ash Knox, a classic. I think at least possibly in the original first fight night winning lineup. I don't know. I don't remember what was run, what decks were run. But
Winding God won that, right?
I know Winding God was there, so there's a pretty good
no, it was
chance.
Ash Knox.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Certainly.
You know, it's a little bit of a different flavor, of course, because some of these cards weren't out yet. LeBlanc, of course, has become a mainstay these days, and we're even seeing Armored Tusk Rider. Wait a second. Armored Tusk Rider, the elephant, 6 mana, 6/5 overwhelmed. Enemies with 4 or less power cannot damage me. This is definitely a first. This is the first time we've seen this card placed in a deck.
And it's in the winner's final.
It is.
I didn't look at the list. I had just seen that it was Ash Knox. I was like, oh, cool. Awesome.
Right.
This is back. It's got elephants. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's go.
I'm excited too. I was going to talk about the little spice here in the Incisive Tactician, but that looks like a staple compared to Armored Tusk Rider. I've never seen this card played in anything except for expeditions. And even then, I don't pick it very highly.
It's a good counter to a lot of the low to the ground Bandle stuff. Nothing has more than 4 attack.
That is true. When you're in Ping City trying to ping things, well, the Armored Tusk Rider just kind of stomps on those little Yordles, I guess, for a brilliant visual there. When you're facing down an army of small, tiny Yordles that are trying to ping you, how about go into war on a gigantic elephant? And, you can see in the art that elephant is absolutely massive. There's like 6 soldiers on its back, and it's like barely is like a quarter of the size of its head. So that is just an absolutely massive mammoth. And where you may be seeing it right off the bat is Salvaje. There it is, the armored Tusk Rider. We see it right off the bat. I almost
you really don't want it right now.
No, you don't. I almost wish that I didn't look at the list and I was just massively surprised
by
right now
draw.
seeing it. I'm like, are we spectating someone's arena run right now?
All right, but we will very likely see that Tusk Rider played at some point. Just going to be passes until the LeBlanc turn. LeBlanc can have a lot of trouble in this matchup. She does just fall over to Mystic Shot.
Yep.
Can be pretty tough, and already Salvaje going to be taking 6. Kick things off. Does have the LeBlanc turn, though, mana banked. Things are looking up. Trapper off the top. That's just going to be an easy play. Instead, we'll see if the Spirit of Winding God is here, and that Yeti shows up straight away or not.
I was going to say, are we on Yugi POV, or are we on a mere mortal POV right now? J Tamunda says, yeah, you have your Yetis, that's fine. I'm just gonna curve out. Not quite seeing the Yeti quite yet, although even if the Yeti was drawn, still could be a little bit awkward going into these axes.
Yeah.
And all of this mana.
You'd still, I mean, you're still gonna jam that Yeti, and Yeti
definitely.
plus LeBlanc plus Freeze on this turn would have been really nice. But it's just gonna have to be a LeBlanc plus Freeze instead. Likely to just keep the LeBlanc alive, send the Twin Blade Revenant back. You get 1 tick towards your reputation. You get a little bit of damage through.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely at least a little bit salvaged here. But all of this chip damage, you know, unlike the Zoe Nami matchup where all that can be gained back, not the case here. This damage is permanent. There is not... I'm trying to see if there's anything to like generate some weird way to gain life. As far as I can see, there's no way to even possibly gain a single point of health in this deck. So the highest life total that Salvaje will be at for the rest of this game is 9. It's only going lower from here.
Yeah, it's only gonna keep dropping. There's a Reckoning available. You know, if this goes wide for J Tamunda, it actually gives you a way to start to stabilize this board.
Right. When do you pull the trigger? I mean, is there a better time than
now?
Right
yeah,
this
it might
second?
Just be now.
How bad does open attack look?
Okay, Whispered Words.
Okay.
You know you're getting a Yeti, so you know you're getting something you can play.
True. Open attack doesn't look too terrible. Now it kind of does. Oh, it looks worse. Granted, the Yeti is going to help a little bit.
Yeah, if J Tamunda develops at all, I mean, you have to just snap off the Reckoning, but it feels like a mistake to ever develop at this point.
Yeah, this is going to be the Flame Chompers coming in. Go wide, Peepo, happy.
Yeah, you're dead.
Block 3, take 6, 8 plus an axe.
Yeah, I mean we do have the Sigil of Malice, so
okay. I'm not dead yet.
Just on the Monty Python kick today, I see.
Yeah. Just sometimes you gotta. Be.
Sometimes you just gotta reference the Black Knight from Monty Python. You know, just. It's gotta happen sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's gotta come through. Oh, we are gonna level up LeBlanc. Not super relevant, but if another one is drawn, I guess it will be leveled up. We are down to 4.
Yep. Reputation has been finished, notably.
Okay.
And we're dead.
Oh, that looks like 2 Mystic Shots or a Mystic Shot and a Gig Sight, and it is! Yep. J Tamunda able to put it away, and that is... that is game plan activated, right? The Ash Nox deck, very good at potentially getting to that mid game and overpowering a deck like Draven Scion, at least potentially. But if they can get out to that aggressive start, there are not a lot of great ways to make that big comeback outside of the Reckoning. But they're there was one opportunity, but even then it was only okay, and it was also very risky because, as we saw, there was a Mystic Shot in hand.
Yep. And now at this point, it's how do we beat the Zoe Nami twice? There's a couple trappers, ways to get some early aggression through.
Freezes can stop the lifesteal and the elusives for a turn, but man, this does not feel great. Although a fully mulligan hand, that's gotta feel pretty good on the side of Savaje, so that at least there's a chance it's not the nut draw, right? Calling Strike a very good option against Nami, potentially, too. All right, a snap pass back over. Ooh, Armored Tusk Rider getting even bigger.
Yeah. Very large elephant.
All right. I mean, we're going to go 3-drop into Ash, into, we're likely to have a Yeti, into an elephant.
Yeah. We might even go Ash into, Ash into Yeti. You have the Culling Strike for the Nami, which is actually really nice into Nami because it means that only can be protected by Pale Cascade.
Yep. Now, there's a little... I'm kind of going back and forth in my own head on this. So, Taco took the pass there, didn't get the 4-in. Makes sense. This sort of, it eats J Tamunda's mana. It also, puts the Nami clock back quite a bit. But that pass from J Tamunda really makes me think that they don't have a Nami. So I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I still would have liked the attack there. I think the non-attack is also still fine, but J Tamunda is at least telling me pretty succinctly, hey, I do not actually have Nami.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely being signaled that it's not there. There is the Yeti. Mana for spells available as well.
Yeah, we can go Yeti plus pretty much anything here. We have Culling Strike plus freeze if there's shenanigans, or Troll Chant. Okay, I thought there was going to be a pass there for a second. I'm like, okay, I don't know if you can pass up 12. Yeah, I think you just rip the Culling, force some spells, freeze, force J Tamunda to use any amount of resources here. I think you're fine with it. They're getting no value off of the Shelly. Looks like not going to take that line of play, though. You also have the luxury of just ignoring the board. Just play a big dumb elephant and attack. Like, that's still an option.
Yeah, we could slam the big dumb elephant for sure. I mean, I guess the call is actually really safe because you can follow it up with the freeze if you need to, or the troll chant.
Yeah.
So I guess this makes sense, but yeah, you could slam a big dumb elephant.
But we could have done this last turn. So now if there's 2 spells played, we're getting a +1/+1 on the zap.
That's true. Ooh, Bastion.
Oh, Bastion is
That's a really good answer to this.
Yeah.
That's the best answer to this.
You can still pop it with the troll chant and the freeze.
Do both. Okay.
This is still fine. I do think we're in a slightly... I think we're down a troll chant here. We're down one of those spells now. At least because we did this now instead of last turn. And also now the mana from last turn was just burned, which could have potentially been spent on an elephant this turn. So probably not going to matter because this open attack is going to be pretty good, but not quite lethal, though. So open attack is not lethal. And while I don't think that J Tamunda is going to be able to push 18 next turn, it is potentially an extra turn that was, given back to J Tamunda because of little decisions, 3 turns ago.
And this is just a big attack coming through. I I'm not sure. Oh, the flash freeze stolen. Of
Right.
course.
Yep.
There we go. That's going to stop this from just being lethal. Buys an extra turn if we can get towards a Nami Sparklefly, but it doesn't seem like either of those things are options currently.
Yep. Not sure why chat thinks there was a rally potential.
If Ash hit, I think we get reputation. So they would have been able to play the tactician. But because of the freeze, yeah, it was not.
Right. Okay.
But also, if the Ash got in, Giantslayerlor was dead. So it was always gonna be rough on that one. But we can just play the full. We can pay the full 8 mana for the rally, and that should just be the game coming through with the elephant.
See, this was okay. I guess stopping the Zoe from hitting is relevant here. Yeah, especially considering now we do have the rally. Eat your heart out, tamunda. Play whatever you want. Double trouble. Yeah, that is not gonna do it. Oh boy, that is not a plucky poro pull there. That is woof.
Certainly.
And we are going to be seeing in its fight night debut after having been cast. Oh no, it's not gonna get lethal if he takes another flash freeze. No, let the elephant get the lethal damage.
Nope.
Let the elephant deal lethal damage, you monster, tamunda.
Yeah, I mean, he can chump everything and freeze the elephant. It's...
Oh, no. So sad. Just so sad.
There are the chumps. Not sure why we're blocking the Omen Hawk.
I was gonna say, okay, this is
now I figured out why we're blocking the. Well, also I'm still not entirely sure why we're doing it, but
yeah, you know, the Noxian Fervor that theoretically could be in the deck, even though you know it's not because it's open deck list. I don't know.
Yeah. Just get to go again with the elephant.
Okay,
there we go. Elephant
now don't concede.
In.
Let it. No, it didn't deal the damage. That's okay. It ceremoniously did the damage. Yeah. We saw 100% win rate when cast Armored Tusk Rider.
You have to add the modifier because it lost a game.
Oh yeah, it certainly have to add that modifier. But all I'm saying is that if you want to win games in Fight Night, cast Armored Tusk Rider. You have a 100% chance to do it. That's how that works.
If you cast it, if you manage to cast it, it always wins.
And honestly, if we saw Armored Tusk Rider win Fight Night every night for the rest, I think I'm okay with this curse happening. If we see Armored Tusk Rider win every Fight Night for 3 months, I think I'm pretty happy with that result.
I
unironically,
love that the bit lives on because it just how curse. We never thought. We're like, there's no shot. Mind Meld is like just gonna last forever, and then it did, and then it really did.
It sure did.
It did.
Really, really did, and even to this day, still remains relevant.
All right, but jumping in, game number 3. 3 games set for this winner's final. tamunda versus Savahe. Savahe on the Akron Sivir, which we just saw take down Zoe Nami in the previous semifinal.
It definitely seems like a very strong option here. There just seems to be so many viable decks right now, and they're all, kind of attacking from somewhat different angles, which, from our perspective where we're sitting, I think is the best scenario where it's like there's so much stuff, so much variety, so many matchups. But if you're playing competitively, there's certainly a wide focus you have to have in terms of matchups and knowing what you want to be doing in each of them.
All right, just gonna pass, waiting. See what tamunda does. There's not much to do on that turn anyway for Savahe. Can go for the full champions and play out the Sivir. Look for the attack that way. Double Preservarium in the hand. Continue to look for answers as this game goes on. So not going to run out of steam at all this game.
No, the cards are certainly going to keep a-flowing. And yeah, the Sivir quite good at just keeping the pressure on, slowly getting towards that level up, or quickly getting towards that level up. Akshan as well, really threatening that game plan with the landmarks and just getting that value. And this is Tamunda open passing on 4, not even looking to bank any, or not even looking to gain any mana towards the Zoe level or the Nami level up. I mean, not casting spells also not helping the Zoe level up either.
All right, Zap.
Yeah, Zap.
It feels like Tamunda kind of missing on this hand again. 2 games in a row. We saw pretty much perfect curves every single Zoe Nami game in the first half of the tournament.
Right.
And it's kind of failing him in this winner's bracket final.
Mm-hmm.
Treasure Seeker going to be the slam.
Yep. I love the inclusion of the Vicurian Bruiser. That one's just so strong. I mean, 5/5 for 5. Just very strong. I mean, not quite Bull Elnuk ratios, but still he's a strong dude, and also creates a lucky find on strike, so attacks and blocks. It's creating that lucky find, which is very, very relevant on Sivir. I'm kind of surprised that it's taken this long to actually see this card start seeing some play.
Just overshadowed by Ruin Runner for so long. And
True.
See the nerfs come through and people deciding, hey, this is actually just a really good card and it works as a fantastic replacement in the deck. Provides a different type of strength, but still strong nonetheless by giving your Sivir the ability to buff up the rest of your board. Turns it into more of a combo deck. But I think it gives a little bit, almost more consistency, and you actually end up in a lot less trouble if you randomly were to lose a Bruiser, especially if it's trading with something else that's big. You're getting lucky finds out of it, setting up your Sivir for more success. So
I would argue, and there's obviously no way to prove this or test this, so I'm just going to declare it as fact. I would argue that Vicurian Bruiser was always better than Rune Runner.
Wow, you always hated Rune Runner.
Barely a playable common is what I would call it in limited.
Like you
a 6/4 trample for 5. I don't want to play that card.
You were always the doubter on the Ruin Runner.
And I still am.
I remember,
just because people jammed it incessantly doesn't mean it was good.
No, I remember even like in the set preview talking about it and me being like overwhelmed with spell shield, and you just kept telling me that you just block it.
Yeah, have you ever tried blocking the card?
Just block it.
Either way, can't really do much blocking of the Sparklefly, except sometimes you can, because there's
it's a lot of ways
sharp
to deal
sights.
with this one.
That's true. Yeah, there's sharp sights, and this Cataclysm going to be cataclysmic for sure. Now, this interaction is a funny one that I found out the hard way. This doesn't work out necessarily the way you want it, because this is just going to have the Sivir attacking and the Sparklefly not blocking. It doesn't counter the whole spell. It just doesn't make it so that it's being challenged, but the attack will still happen unless they changed it.
No,
nope,
you're absolutely right. So. There it goes, and that's still 7 damage coming through.
Yeah.
And this Sivir's been sharp-sighted and has a barrier, so you're not swinging with this with the Sparklefly anyway.
No, you are not.
What are we getting out of this? It's going to be a draw. Concerted. That was definitely the snap pick.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I found out that interaction the hard way when I tried to spell shield a unit that was being cataclysmed, but let me tell you, the results were still cataclysmic.
Yeah, now you've got the Sivir potentially can just go for the win and look for the full develop to get the challenge, put the Sparklefly on the far right side.
Yep. So I guess I don't know what Tamunda could have here that would what Tamunda could have here that saves him. I guess you could like make it rain to kill. You could. And there's a couple ways to kill the tracker here.
Yeah, I mean, this is nice though because you play the Vagabond, it sets you up to have exactly enough mana to play this Concerted. So you can go in for the attack, pull the Sparkle Fly to the far right side. If there's enough answers to somehow keep Tamunda alive, you then just Concerted the Sparkle Fly. That deals enough damage to level your Sivir, and even if there's enough buffs to somehow keep the Sparkle Fly alive through that, it probably dies afterwards to the quick attack.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I mean, still probably... Yeah, you're right. It still probably does die to quick attack. I think we might be seeing all of those backup plans exhausted here, but...
Ooh, Sunblast. Okay. The most possible HP can be given.
Yep. So it's going to be going down to 1 here.
Still doesn't dodge the quick attack, though, so it's not life-stealing.
Does not. Yeah, which I think is going to be enough. Yeah. Very, very much going to be enough.
Yeah.
Okay, just a matter of attacking in
good
order that makes the most sense.
Good sequencing. I like the 2-1 at the far right, just in case there's a 1-mana spell that can buff the Sparkle Fly enough. So making sure that that doesn't make a difference is very good.
Yep. Very disciplined there, because, I mean, it's a massive swing if the Sparkle Fly is actually able to hit, right? It would be, 14 health up. And 6, 9, 12, 15. So yeah, I mean, would actually not kill if the 2-1, for instance, was at the front of the line.
Yeah. I mean, it's the only way that you can lose there is with the 2-1 at the front of the line. So just a good heads up to make sure, good awareness to be like, okay, this is the one way that I could potentially throw this. Let's put this at the far right at the end and make sure that we're still good to push all the damage, get the win right there. Because if you don't win there and the Sparkle Fly lives in any capacity, you're probably losing the game. But that's gonna do it for the winners final.
Yeah,
that's gonna be Salvaje in their first fight night. Gonna be moving on to Grands, getting that invite back, and knocking Tamunda down to the lower bracket. We are gonna take a look at that bracket real quick, Blevin. Go ahead and break down what's happened so far today. Where are we at?
Yeah, let's take a look here. Let's see. Who do we have? Oh, man, our previous champion, Real Key, getting knocked down the 0-2, unfortunately. But we do have a runner-up still alive in M-Tuck playing against Boomer from NA, which I assure you is not me playing while casting. I asked, I can't do that. And also, I'm not Boomer from NA, even though people call me that all the time. But Cephalopod fans still can rejoice, still alive, but is up 1-0 versus Finney. And all of that bottom bracket is working their way up to fight against Tamunda, which before that last set, I mean, even that set was very close, but Tamunda just looked like he was on a whole other level. That M-Tuck set was just masterfully played.
Yeah, but then comes up against the double mid-range lineup, the Macon Jackson lineup, the Winding God lineup from another era. I mean, we can't keep bringing... I mean, Winding God, he's been retired for like 9 months now. He's been kind of gone, but the mid-range lineup
still lives on.
Going up against the Zoe Nami, being able to beat it twice. It feels like these mid-range decks are just finding their stride. Now, of course, Tamunda didn't have great draws in these 2 games. He's had great draws the rest of the day. It just kind of the luck caught up to him in this matchup, but still ended up falling to both of these decks, finding really good game against it. We saw the Culling Strike have good opportunities. We knew that it was going to be able to take out a Nami potentially if it had come down earlier. We know that, Sharp Sight and Cataclysm being very good cards in the matchup. A lot of it just working really well against the Zoe Nami and paying dividends. We see Salvaje making it all the way to the grand finals with this lineup. It's really cool to see just a different take on the meta, or this probably looking like a Zoe Nami target lineup.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I feel like, we talked about earlier the Ash Nox deck, coming and going. We've seen it in basically at some point in every single meta. And I think it really has to do with how good is the card Culling Strike in the current meta lineup. And right now, it looks pretty good in general. But speaking of pretty good, MTux finishing it off here, getting that game against, I don't recall.
Boomer from NA. That was
right.
Zoe
Against
Lee
me
Sin
in
mirror.
disguise. I just lost. Sorry, I lost my game.
The Zoe Lee Sin mirror. So it's coming down to leveled Zoes. It looked like in that game, which it can happen in that mirror. And at the end of the day, MTuck picking up the win. Hey, you would think MTuck, the master of Zoe Lee right now, is going to be the one that's going to find that mirror victory. But Boomer from NA recently having good tournament success. What was that tournament that just happened? It was like last weekend. I saw Boomer from NA.
It was it a Mastering Runeterra tournament?
I don't think so. That's next weekend. Maybe it still was.
They did something else.
If they did another one, because Boomer he had a top 3 placement in a tournament very recently.
The one that Deech won, right?
Yes, yeah, that's the one.
I thought that was Mastering Runeterra. I might have just read it.
I mean, you might be entirely correct.
Either way, yeah, the Zoe Lee Sin mirror is very, very tight. It either comes down, obviously, I mean, draw diff is always there, but if it's not a super large draw diff, it's really like one single mistake or misread can really cost you, or it's just like, hey, can we get the Zoe, can we commit to the Zoe plan early enough and correctly enough? And if you can, you can get there. And that looks like with the 3 seconds of gameplay we saw for the last game, it looks like what MTuck was able to do.
And so let's see if MTuck can take down Zoe Lee. He's got his champions already. Pretty decent hand. He's got the Sentry as well to essentially stop Elisen in the mid game. Big decision coming from Boomer.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that you have to think about as the Zoe Lee Sin deck, especially in this matchup too. Do you want to take the Equinox to stop the Lost Soul train? Do you want to take a stun? Do you want to just take something like a Cosmo? So many decisions to be made just from just from the one spell.
MTuck just going to go Dredger. Pretty aggressive turn. Going to go for the Reborn Grenadier.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, you need to kind of get aggressive as soon as you can. Maybe force an awkward block. Either push a ton of damage or force an awkward block out of the Eye of the Dragon. It looks like the Cosmo did end up getting taken, which is surprisingly quite good here, but MTuck is unimpeded. Says, you know what, we're still going as wide as we can here.
Yeah, gonna be able to go through. You've got Draven's Whirling Death as well. Probably not gonna get used here, but it is just another thing to allow you to continue to maintain board dominance.
Yep.
It's gonna push 8. Quite a bit coming through, but there is an Eye of the Dragon on board to continue to start getting that life steal. However, MTuck, Aloof Traveler in this matchup is so nice.
Yep. But no proc from the Eye. Pretty unfortunate for Boomer here. Aloof, what does it hit?
Oh, pod.
Oh,
okay, put it overdrawed, yeah.
Pod. Yeah, overdrew a Guiding Touch, which is certainly a key card, and Boomer not happy about that. Certainly did get boomed there, because that was basically Aloof Traveler discarding 2 cards. Well, discarding 1, burning 1.
Still having a very, wide, aggressive board. There's another Guiding Touch. 1 left in the deck.
Yep. And that does mean Eye is on, so we will be getting a Dragonling on defense this turn, which is certainly the arguably more important turn to have it. Sentry says, no, not letting you block with that this turn.
Yeah, get rid of the lifesteal. Just keep the pressure on.
Yeah. At some point, you're going to have to block with one of these value units. I'm going to keep forcing the issue.
It might just be this turn.
Right, and even if you try to value block with the eye, guess what? Whirling Death gonna come out. And if you have to use a, if we have to use a Nopify on it, so be it. It's not the end of the world for MTuck. It's just, more resources coming out. And there's a Crescent Strike.
Crescent is great. Crescent is really good for Boomer.
Yeah, huge. Why did they think Lost Soul was a good idea? I mean, come on.
I don't know.
Every once in a while, I try to think of okay, there's no downside to either side of it at any point. It's just so good. It's the auto target for discard. You just play it when it dies, you get it back. I think the only way to describe it is silly. It's just silly.
And we're going to get Zoe as the first sacrifice, going to be able to keep the eye alive. Boomer should be able to activate it as well. 6 mana left.
Yep.
Need to start getting that lifesteal through, though. Me going down to 5. Correction, 4.
Yep. And there's a Get Excited in hand.
Yeah. Only 1 Guiding Touch as well. MTuck has enough damage to push through. He might just YOLO it at a certain point because it's like, okay, like I've seen 1 guiding. You've burned 1 guiding.
Yeah, it's going to depend because there's not a ton of targets for the Nopifies and the denies of the deck. So there's a pretty decent chance that Boomer has some of those.
I did not notice that he discarded the Scion. He's going all in on this. So this is Overwhelm as well. This is representing even more damage. This is representing to kill with the Get Excited. Down to 1.
Oh.
Yeah. It's actually dead through guiding. That's just it.
Yeah, there's no mana for it.
Yeah, it was not. I just did not even process that the Scion had been discarded.
Not gonna lie, I forgot that was an ability of Scion. Wait, Moonsilver plus Nopify? Guiding, not enough. Had the third guiding touch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, what a heads-up play from MTuck to get the Overwhelm onto the Sump Dredger. It plays around 3rd guiding.
Yeah.
Okay? Really, really well done. Picks up the victory 2-0. Going to be moving on to the losers semifinal. Looks like the bracket was a little bit behind on the losers side. I think the Lee Sin mirror probably took a bit of time between these two. But they're catching back up with a quick game number 2. Winner of this, MTuck, will be facing off against the winner of Finney and Cephalopod in the losers semifinal coming up next. Lee Sin not being as successful for Boomer as it has been for MTuck. He does fall twice, but of course it is MTuck, the master of Lee Sin. He knows how to beat it as well. Really, really precise and quick on those decisions on the Draven Scion to find that victory very, very fast. Utilizing the Scion discard for Overwhelm. We don't see that ever. It just does not
literally
happen
forgot
commonly.
It was an ability.
Yeah, I mean, it is so rare that you end up seeing something like that. Really heads up. MTuck has been playing awesome the last 2 weeks. I'm really, really excited to see some more of his gameplay. We'll have him in the loser semifinal coming up next, but we are going to run to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends will return after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins.
Yo.
We're getting into game number 3 between Finney and Cephalopod. This is an elimination match. It's lower bracket, trying to get into that semi to face off against M-Tuck. And it looks like Zoe Nami on the bottom side here for Seth, but no Nami in the hand or on the board. Just going to be a Shelly trying to take control instead, and it's going up against a leveled Zoe on the side for Finney.
Yeah, that looks like a silenced but then reapplied lifesteal and elusive Shelly on the side of Finney.
Yeah, but the fact that it doesn't have the Shelly ability means that Seth does have a lead with his Shelly on board, and even though all this lifesteal is there, the units are not very powerful.
Yeah, and also right now they're not actually lifestealing anything because Finney's already at 20.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, so 1 damage going to get through, but board integrity still there for Seth. And the board slowly whittling away on the side of Finney.
Okay. Board integrity here for Seth. He has a mind melt. In hand, he has a hush to deal with an attack on the next turn. These Sparkleflies are still not being buffed, and that's double trouble being played. That's not really going to do much. It's some chump blockers against a potential mind melt.
Okay, more chump blockers. So that's mind meld essentially countered, right?
Oh no! What a high roll!
Wait.
Just completely turned off the hush.
Wait, what happened to the other? Where's the other unit?
That was a jailbreak. That was not a double trouble.
Oh, that was a jailbreak. Okay.
The hush has been completely turned off.
Okay. Well, that's not great, but yeah, I was gonna say, might as well kill the Zoe here.
Yeah, everything has elusive now, but it's still not strong, so stuff is still winning at this current juncture.
Right. The question is, are we going to get to that point we got to last week where the units are just big enough that the mind meld doesn't actually do anything?
I don't think so. I don't think we're going to be in that scenario. That's already a 15 meld. It would take a very long time for Seth to buff everything up with the Shelly to be 15.
Right, and all the while the meld is getting bigger, so yeah.
Yeah, the meld goes up by 2 every time the Shelly buffs everyone by 1.
Okay, Seth now figuring out which weapon are we getting. I feel like maybe just checking to make sure that there's still a Sparklefly left in the deck. Could go something like Infernum and then go meld into Infernum to try to go over the top.
It feels like you almost should, right? Like, it feels like there's so many chumps.
Yeah, but just having the unit, a unit that you want to get pumped, and like, there's so many chumps, but it's like, okay, well, let's see them. They chump. Okay, they'll only be there for a while. That's not barrier; it's just spell shield. So, the board integrity is going to start going away. As time goes on, and Finney's really not progressing this board or this game state forward for him at all.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's also the fact that you probably want to find another Shelly or a Nami to continue just winning. And so pulling Sparklefly out of your deck to improve your draws, also going to be nice.
I mean, it's not nothing. It's close to nothing, but it's not exactly nothing.
God, is it just open attack and play your combat tricks if you need to? Okay. Gonna play 2 spells. Clear away a spell shield.
Yep, makes sense. That Seth wants the buff, but doesn't want to necessarily kill a unit because it's essentially just giving Finney free board space, right? There's likely another unit, or if there is another unit, it's going to get played and chump block. So, you know, no need to open that space up for him.
A Hush to try and deal with the biggest Sparkle Fly, but we'll definitely just see Seth go ahead and use the Pale Cascade, I imagine. Wants to be drawing cards.
Yep. Yeah, Pale Cascade on the Sparkle Fly is fine. It's not better if Seth was planning on playing another spell. I think it was just better to push an extra 1. I guess it's a little bit safer.
Okay, Spell Thief. He's gonna find a Pale, so Zeph's just gonna play another Pale. This time he doesn't have to put it onto the Sparkle Fly because it's already getting buffed. But he does anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I guess just playing it as safe as possible. Like the little bits of damage probably they basically end up being rounding errors, which get they get fixed via Sparkle and your opponent blocking in a good way and the other incidental life gain.
Well, Meld has hit the point where it will just kill anything that hits kills. It's 21 damage. So as long as your board is wide enough, it is just gonna win, regardless of any life totals or life steal or there's a double trouble. Okay, so
right. Okay. Didn't give his entire board spell shield.
Still wide enough currently to get through. But you probably need to wait one more turn of culling this board.
Yeah. I don't know that Seth is... Here's the thing. Seth is not under any pressure whatsoever, and even the existence of a Nami or a Shelly is not going to change that.
There's a Nami.
I say right before Finney plays a Nami, and now is probably in a much better position. But I don't think that this is going to change anything. I think Seth can just stay the course. You don't necessarily need to commit too much. Granted, Seth also has the ability to just play the Mind Meld and the Hush and still probably be fine.
Yeah. The thing is like, he can just play Meld, and then Finney has to literally throw away his entire board. So if he plays another unit... He has to lose his whole board, and then afterwards, this is still what Seth's board looks like. Right. Like, so I don't think there's a downside to playing the Meld here because you're probably, at very least, you're actually playing it's a one-sided ruination, but it's almost like a vengeance here on the Nami because a lot of the other things were probably going to die anyway to your attack, but this time the Nami has to come in and die as well. Also, there just wasn't another unit, so it is going to find the lethal. Seth's going to move on. I like it.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. It gives you that, okay, here's the first check. Do you have another unit? Nope. Okay, I win. Do you? All right. Let's wipe your entire board and attack for a lot.
138. 138 damage coming in.
It's almost as impressive. Seth, I can't tell if Seth is trolling or...
I mean, yes. Yes, he is.
Okay. Just wanted to...
He wanted to give everything another +1, you know?
He wanted to make number go burr. Okay.
Yeah, number go burr.
There it is. Negative 131.
Yep.
You'll love to see it.
Yep. Number go burr picks up the win. Takes it 2-1, and now he's advancing to face off against M-Tuck, who M-Tuck actually eliminated Seth in round 1, and Seth has been making the lower bracket run ever since. But it was a 2-1, so Seth had it close last time. See if he can do it again, as Darkness was able to find the win against Seth. Seth then running it back from there, though, picking up the win with Zoe Nami in the mirror.
Yeah, the darkness truthers, myself included, just disappointed week over week. Unfortunately, they're making some good runs. We need to get Drizz. Let's get Drizzoth on here. I'm making the call out. Do I get a caster call out for a fight night?
Whenever.
Let's get Drizzoth on here. Let's get Mr. Big Brain himself to show us how it's done with the darkness. I want to see it.
Yeah, he's been popping off with Darkness, at least for the Americas players that have been grinding it out. So I have to grab him on here at some point. Seth, though, running Yordle in Arms is the other deck. So that one we haven't gotten a chance to see on camera yet. It'll be fun to check that one out. Decides to rock it. I believe he was running it with PNZ. Boom Baboons, Flame Chompers, those kind of things.
He is... Yeah, he's running a very interesting lineup that has a lot, or has three champions. Yeah, yes, it is. It is PNZ plus Bandle, and the champions are technically all Bandle, and the PNZ are just units. There is no PNZ champion, which is interesting. Yeah, Boom Baboon, Flame Chompers, Proper, Poro cannons, etc., and then Yordle in Arms to just give everything +4/+4, and sometimes Yordle just go boom.
Yordle do go burr occasionally, just like the numbers in the previous one, and Seth is all about making things go burr. It is his classic. We haven't had Seth on a fight night in a while. It's always nice to have him on, even though he did lose in round 1. And he's been making the run back. Seth's done that before on Fight Night. Yeah, that's kind of Seth.
The classic. Yeah, the original, the OG run from Seth in the losers bracket. Still very. I mean, it's been a long time since then. Seth. Well, yeah, it's iconic, but Seth, now one of the most seasoned tournament veterans in Runeterra at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And just going to be jumping right on in to that loser semifinal. M-Tuck versus Cephalopod. It's going to be Lee Sin versus Zoe Nami right away. We got the double trouble. Do we find the Nami? Yes, we do. Find both champions, actually. There's Shelly as well.
Yep, the classic, but... Well, I guess you really don't need anything else, right? The double troubles just kind of are your early game. And then Nami is your mid and late game, and, well, the rest is kind of history. But this is M-Tuck we're talking about with the signature Lee Sin Zoe. We've seen him pilot it so well. And this is an interesting one. Not using a Nopify on the double trouble there. I would have thought we might have seen a Nopify get fired off there.
Yeah, it's a lot of tempo. If you do so in the early game to stop that from happening. I mean, I guess the mana still goes through, so Seth doesn't care that much because he still gets his Nami online. The whole point of that double trouble is to spend the 3 mana, and it gives you blockers, right? Essentially, is what it's doing. So it sets up your Nami really well. And I guess M-Tuck's Nopifying it just stops there from being chump blockers, which he doesn't care. Doesn't actually matter at all to him whether or not there's chump blockers.
True. Well, kind of. I mean, we've talked about the second one is going to get notified. We've talked about the strategy of go wide against this Lee Sin because you don't want to put all of your eggs in one basket because Lee Sin picks up that basket and punts it away from you down the hill, and your picnic is ruined.
It's kind of rude, actually.
Yeah, it really is. Especially since he's blind. There's just a blind guy walking around. He like sniffs your basket, asks if he can pick it up. You're like, I don't think so. He just picks it up and just punts it right down the hill. I don't know why I'm imagining this picnic taking place on a hill, but it is.
It's stuff on a hill. Why are you imagining Lee Sin is such a bully too? He's so mean.
He is. That's what he does. He kicks baskets.
So rude.
So don't put your eggs. You need to have multiple baskets with only a couple of eggs in each basket, so that when Lee Sin kicks your basket, you're like, okay, well, I still got a bunch of eggs.
Well, he's gonna try and kick as many baskets as he can, but Seth having a very good start. He's got this line him up, knock him down even to get a lot of buffs out. Got the Nami buffs and Shelly buffs gonna be coming through.
I love that the Shelly also buffs the keg, even though it's useless to do so.
Yeah, it's just got to make it even stronger, you know?
Yeah. Now, if we were running the OG Saucy Mailman Unyielding Kegs list, we might be able to have a giant keg and have it survive.
Can't attack.
Can't attack, can't block, but
it's big.
It will survive, and it is big.
Now we got to swing in. Big swing coming through. The eye can block, but this is going to be likely the extent of the blocking it's able to do. It's pretty solid, though. It's top 4 damage.
Yeah. Kind of like another Dragonling being made, right?
Yeah.
Healing 2, gaining 2. Yeah. I honestly think that you should be able to buff the keg and have it count as creating more kegs, right? From a flavor standpoint. If you have 2 kegs that are the size, if you have 2 one-size kegs, you know, that's like 2 kegs. But if you have 1 keg that's twice as big and has twice as much powder in it, that would also explode and do the same thing as 2 kegs. I think that should work like that. I mean, it would be busted.
Very interesting from a balance perspective.
From a flavor, I'm not looking at that. That's what Ruben and team are there for. I'm here for just from a flavor standpoint.
He's just here with the salt and the pepper, trying to season everything.
Yeah, and I'm just dumping it on in copious amounts.
Someone's got to kick Blev out of the spice cabinet. Someone call up Lee Sin.
Yeah. It's okay. I've got multiple baskets full of spice, so he can't get all of it. I know better. This is the stuff that you get when watching Fight Night. As we expand the Fight Night cinematic universe, the Giant Slayer cinematic universe, we have a bully Lee Sin walking around kicking baskets along the countryside.
All right, the attack. There we go. We get the swap through to try and kill off both the Zoe and the Shelly. Yeah, probably just protect your Shelly. No, maybe not.
Yeah, I would think so. You don't really need to. The Zoe's not doing all that much, I guess.
Yep. And the resonating strike gonna come through.
Well, we actually could have still seen the Shelly killed.
Yeah, but I think MTuck wanting the HP, really heavily valuing that. Maybe that's part of what Seth was thinking, is like, hey, if I buff the Zoe, then he's just gonna play this resonating strike that was it was flipped over. It was seen. So he's basically just like, okay, you can play resonating strike and heal more, or you can kill my other unit. So it's a pretty smart play from Seth. Just gonna go for the Burble. Playing it for 2 seems fine. You get a spell back. Parlay can find value here potentially. Gonna line him up.
Ooh, not quite gonna line him up. Just gonna knock him down. No keg in sight. But the buff will go through. Right? Dragonling killed. Now the defenses are quite low on the side of MTuck, and MTuck saying, you know what? Who needs defense?
Yeah, I mean,
I got offense. I got more offense.
Seth has to win right now. Or else this Lee is threatening to just end the game. Can kill from 20.
Yep.
The fistful of cards. It's a lot of mana.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So depending on where Lee Sin is at, we'll be able to get up to enough.
Wow. Harley goes through. Has to hold on to all this damage to win next turn with the Lee, so we see M-Tuck just holding on to it.
Yeah, we can see the Palm here.
Yep.
Palm is going to be great because it will not only stun a unit, will not only create a blocker, will also give Lee Sin barrier, which is, granted, Lee Sin would likely be forced to block anyway and would still be able to block, but gives M-Tuck the peace of mind of being able to block with Lee Sin. Yeah, and this is just not going to be enough for Seth. Yeah,
and even with the Sparkle Fly getting jammed over the Zoe, it wouldn't do it either. No. It's only 1 damage. It's way too small of a unit.
Yeah, now barring some sort of crazy defensive draw from Seth, this is going to be M-Tuck being able to get there. Yeah, it's got to be Hush. You're right. Or I guess Bastion too. Is there Bastion in Seth's list?
Let me pull it up. Yeah, just the Hush. It's just has to be Hush.
Just gonna be Hush. Okay. Well, still an out. You got to play to those outs. But yes, this will be. Lee Sin is at 5. Twin Disciplines will put to 8, Pale Cascade 9, and the other Zenith Blade is 10. So that will be exactly enough, and that's 3, 4, 5, only 7 mana. No Hush.
Trouble's not gonna do it.
Is there like a crazy unit that could be drawn that somehow gets through this?
I don't think there's any mana units that draw immediately. I don't think there's any that draw straight away.
That draw card or stunning unit.
Yeah.
Only it were actually even old beta Precious Pet wouldn't work.
Yeah, because you like Pool Shark, but that draws on the next turn.
Yep. Seth, of course, at the mercy of this Lee Sin, walking around, kicking baskets.
And
that is going to be damage. The full Monty. Yep. El Clasico. Lee Sin, 20 damage in 1 turn. That's game number 1 going to M-Tuck.
Yeah, we've seen it plenty of times, and M-Tuck, yet again, finding the victory on the Lee Sin. He just does it every single time. And that hand was so good from Seth, and Seth able to put together a really, really good aggressive front. Gets him down to 2. If it wasn't for the Conch Palm, would have been game, but the Conch Palm was enough to hold on to and just salvage that. And M-Tuck's now going to be on match point with Draven Scion once again, and he's got to feel really good going into the situation. The Lee Sin Zoe has continued to just be a major boon for M-Tuck, but Nami once again for Seth.
Yeah, you know, can't really ask for too much more than Nami in the opener. Of course, you can ask for the double trouble, but you know, it's getting a little greedy.
Okay, second Nami.
The Boom Bueno coming through, gonna hit for 3. I will say, I always got to point this out. Seth using the best Guardian in Nightshade Gromp. Gromp Gang Unite.
Levy, founding member of Gromp Gang.
It's true. I was an OG Gromp supporter, and then Nightshade Gromp really defined the meta, and to this day, I still contest S tier.
All right, Seth having to piece together a setup for the turn 4 Nami.
Yep.
There's the double trouble. Found it. Took a second.
A little bit late, but you'll still take it.
At least you're gonna be able to set up Sparklefly Nami with a couple of spells in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is the attack's pretty scary, so part of you kind of wants to just go double trouble, chump.
Yeah, it's not great because whatever you play is going to get threatened. I guess it might as well be double trouble, right? Could go guiding touch, but I feel like that sort of paints your turn in a really weird spot. It's like you still can't play Zoe. I guess this is almost just like a burst pass to go to M-Tuck. This is 11 damage, so there's no way that M-Tuck can really pass it up. So I guess the guiding touch makes sense.
Yeah.
Pretty much forces the attack out of M-Tuck. It's unlikely that there's a burst pass opportunity, so if M-Tuck wants to end the turn,
Stuff's like, I blocked 11.
Like, I just gained 11. 0 mana, gain 11. Yeah, I'll play that card all day.
All right, that's pretty good. Yeah, gives him time to set up the Nami.
Mm-hmm.
Go into the next turn with plenty of mana to work with.
Right, and now, we're in that very, weirdly enough, it's kind of a rare situation where it's just Nami and Sparklefly, so every single spell is targeting Sparklefly. Every Nami buff is going on to Sparklefly, and there is no Lee Sin to kick this basket. This basket is pretty safe.
You can just go Moonglow, and then you've got a couple of other spells at burst speed that can be played.
Nope.
Let's set it on the fly, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think you need to get fancy. Just keep the Sparklefly alive. Make a giant, unblockable lifesteal unit that is impossible to race. And you don't need to get fancy.
And M-Tuck can almost deal with this. It's actually so close. Is the Get Excited and the Mystic. So two normal spells would be answered, but because one is Pale Cascade, it's +3 health. Yeah. And so it is enough to actually defend. And this might get baited because there's only 1 life left. You might actually just rip the Mystic. And we do see it.
You kind of have to.
It is going to get stopped, though, by this Gifts from Beyond.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is that M-Tuck still has a mana for Flock, but that Flock can't be played until after this stack resolves.
Yeah.
And when that happens, there's going to be a Spell Shield.
Yeah, there sure is. Now it's a 10-4 spell shielded Sparklefly.
Yeah.
Gonna be healing Seth to 18 and having M-Tuck's health.
Yeah, but we've seen M-Tuck, take the concede early, right? Which makes me think that there's still hope on M-Tuck's side here. Despite the pretty awful circumstances. I mean, there is the Whirling Death, which can start to try to do something. Can just threaten to kill with the Twin Blade Revenant. Granted, it's not going to be easy. Okay, this is a place where you want to pull the Sparklefly to the left so that it will only gain 2 life, rather than be much more than that if it were pulled in a different spot. Yeah,
just gonna. As long as you keep the Sparklefly alive, this game is pretty much yours. So
yeah,
likely just to see some of these spells come out to defend it. I'm gonna start with Spell Thief, potentially get a Get Excited and remove Draven.
Right. It's gonna be pretty hard for Seth to lose here, I think.
Well, there is the opening to go for the Whirling Death plus the Flock onto Sparklefly.
Yeah, which can I think still be survived with spells, and also the Get Excited will throw that off too. Yeah, M-Tuck pretty much is forced to go for it.
Yep, he has to commit it. The Get Excited gets stolen. You see Seth smile. He knew this is exactly what he's playing for.
Right. Yep.
This is what he wanted.
Yep.
There's the Shen emote. That's going to be GG.
Yeah. M-Tuck sees it now. I mean, there still was, in M-Tuck's mind, a shot there. I mean, the Sparklefly could have been killed, and then, you know, M-Tuck still had a pretty good board, was going to be able to rebuild, had the Scion to really push that really quick damage and not allow Seth to get another gigantic lifesteal unit, but Seth had the answers, and that's going to be game number 2 going to him. And it is now going to be the Yordle in Arms versus the Draven Scion.
Yeah, we'll see if it can get off the ground early and then just finish with that Yordle in Arms before those big Scion turns come down. It has the potential to do so, right? And it also has Aloof, which is really scary in this matchup, right? Lost Soul, big threat. If you can get around the Lost Soul, take out a Scion, it's incredibly strong. But for now, we're likely going to see Seth just looking for as much early game, get that Poppy online, try and steamroll through Lost Soul and Scion in hand right now for M-Tux, but not a lot of early game. The Aloof and the Get Excited. Loping Telescope, we'll see what Seth can find in the early stages.
Yeah. And, I mean, Loping Telescope, and that can be anything, right? I mean, we're we're in wacky territory. There he is, the Bandle City Mayor. You'll love to see him.
Yeah, we got the Boom Buenos as well with the Oro Cannon, so good setup with the discard.
Yep, Vandal City Mayor going to, I mean, we're going to be pretty close to the Yordle in Arms being turned on very quickly here. This will be region number 2 in Bandle City.
Vandal, PNZ, you already have a Loping Telescope.
Yep.
Go Shark Trainer. Look for the late game. Very powerful if we end up getting to a turn 6 attack, which is likely going to happen, right? We're attacking on 4 and 6, so as long as the Mayor stays alive, Trainer is going to get some very good value.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be only if M-Tuck does not play an Aloof, which is possible, not necessarily going to play the Aloof.
Oh, you know what? Interesting. Really good you call that out, because this is also Aloof protection for the Yordle in Arms.
Yep.
So that might have even been the bigger consideration on that pickup for Seth.
Yep.
Like, hey, I have this Yordle in Arms in hand. I know there are Aloofs in this deck. Let me play around it. And there's the clap.
Yep.
Yeah,
oh, you even see the clap.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's what he was looking for. All right.
Wow.
Very, very smart play. The Elise emote.
Oh, that is an underutilized emote. Underrated emote, I gotta say.
Now he's going to potentially look for another one. Protector again.
It is.
There it goes.
Play another Aloof.
Okay.
Aloof Travelers, eat your heart out.
Well, unfortunately, this one is even in cost. But that's a Rasa, so that one will protect.
It will, but... Oh, no, we're on attack token now. Okay, yeah, we don't want to... I was going to say we could maybe Moon Silver and get a cheeky Yordle at Arms in, but no. Probably don't want to do that. This is sacrificing 2 units to push 2 damage. We can sacrifice that to push 4 damage. Okay.
Yeah, you have enough units to refill to set up this Yordle in Arms that I feel pretty good about trying to chip in for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it. I mean, you got to get the damage in so that the Yordle Arms is actually, you know, lethal.
Yeah, now the Shark Trainers are just kind of good. You just play it. You got the Rasa sitting there.
You have your cost reduction has surpassed the value of a Bull Elnuck, therefore you are worthy of being played. Yeah, nice units. How about a 5-mana 6/6?
Seth's just having fun, dude. He's just having a good time.
I mean, this deck looks fun. And we're going to be getting a Yordle at Arms next turn, although we've played Bandle, P, Bilge, and Targon. Yeah, we should be there, right?
Yeah, we are there. Ooh, yeah, we're going to get to block and then redevelop a fully wide board for this Yordle in Arms.
SF has the luxury of taking a little bit of damage here. It doesn't need to fully protect his life total, so he can keep the Fizz alive. Fizz. Fizz and the two Poro cannons is going to be lethal elusive. Good luck trying to kill Fizz. Ooh.
It's going to kill the Shark Trainer, but it still trades, so I don't think Seth is, like, too upset about that situation.
No, there's just so... He can still go so wide. Granted, so can M-Tuck.
Yeah, does level the Draven, though.
That is also true. Yeah, so M-Tuck can go wide and has the Poros as well to block Seth's Poros. Well, still a bit of an uphill battle, potentially. Or at least, like, it's not over yet.
Okay, Boom Boom Boom. You can just Poro Cannon out the Flame Chomper.
No.
With the Bomber Twins for free, and then Yordle in Arms is there.
Okay, there's the Poros.
There's the cast. I mean, there's a get excited to stop one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Or you just play another unit. Looks like maybe just playing the unit. Or going for Whirling Death.
Yeah, we can double axe Whirling Death to kill a Mirror. Or single axe to kill a 7/5.
Yeah, we probably kill the Bomber Twin, get rid of the 7 damage, or we just chump those. Kill a Mare, because Mare is more value in general, but
yeah, even that is still
that's
death,
still not enough. You're still dead at 12. Yeah. Seth, just with a great hand and really heads-up plays to protect his Yordle in Arms from the Aloof Traveler. Really well done, Seth. Lost in round 1 to M-Tuck, but wins in the semifinal 2-1. Gonna send M-Tuck out of here. M-Tuck was a finalist last week. It looked like he might have done it again with the Lee Sin, but Seth gonna stop him in his tracks, and Seth's gonna advance to the losers bracket final to face off against Jay Tamunda.
And I gotta say, this was a big complaint from the community or people on Twitter about, oh, there's nothing you can do. You can't play around Aloof Travelers. I hate it as a card. I hate the design. Well, guess what? We just saw Seth play masterfully around it. Now, granted, you do have to have certain cards, but that's how it always is, right? You can't just, not every deck has protection from everything at all times, right? But you can play your cards in a way to set yourself up to be able to play around those cards, and it worked out perfectly there for Seth. Yeah,
instead of using the Mayor or the Telescope to pick up any form of value for the next few turns or for any of these plays, instead just use them to pick up ways to protect Yordle in Arms. He's like, I know I have enough small stuff that I'm gonna be able to win once this Yordle in Arms comes online. I just need to protect it from Aloof Travelers. Only 2 in the deck. Once he was even through one of them, he's like, still, I just have to protect it. My way to win. Succeeds, gets to play it, wins on that Yordle in Arms. Well done from Seth. Moves on to the losers bracket final. He just needs 1 more to make it a grand. But we are going to go to a quick break. Blev, when we return, losers bracket final, Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. We are moving on to the losers bracket final. Blev, we have two matchups remaining. The winner of this gets that coveted spot back in Fight Night. So let's take a quick look at the bracket, see how we got this far. Blev, tamunda versus Seth, but there's been a long road to get there.
Oh, absolutely there has. We saw tamunda, we followed him through the first 3 rounds and then ended up playing against Silvaje and showed a little bit of not even weakness. It was a very close set, but tamunda up until that point just seemed almost dominant to a point against such intense competition. And then, you know, on the losers bracket side, we unfortunately saw both of our previous fight night top 2 fall in the form of Real Key, and then we just lost M-Tuck last round, but that has led us here, Casa, to Cephalopod versus tamunda, and we have not seen this matchup yet today, which usually they will have they'll have crossed paths at some point, but we have not seen this matchup yet today. So it's a fresh matchup and an important one, because like you said, the winner will go to the grand finals and get that invite back next fight night.
Yeah, there's going to be a battle of the Zoe Namis once again, but then it is going to be Yordles in arms and Draven Scion as the other option. Seth, we just saw the Yordles in arms. Some really nice play against M-Tuck to protect that Yordle in arms. And hey, there we go. Yordle in arms versus Draven Scion to kick things off. Yordle in arms already in hand. Mayor already in hand.
This looks almost almost exactly the same hand that Seth had before against M-Tuck.
A little bit of a different matchup, as there are no aloof travelers in this one. From
Very true.
tamunda.
Don't need to play around them, because they're not there.
And there's Bandle Commando right off rip. Going to be able to try and find those Ionia units to be played to get this Bandle in arms, is Yordles in arms online so quickly. And I mean, with Mayor, with Bomber Twins, with Loping Telescope, we're just going to get there very quickly.
We have 4 in hand already, so we're likely are in fact going to get there. There's even P&Z if we wanted. Love the hungry it's not owlbear, it's owlcat. Owlcat, yes. Old owlcat. What in the world is an owlcat? I mean,
well, it's like an owlbear, but it's a cat.
Oh, okay. All right, down goes the mare, something that M-Tuck was unfortunately not able to do in his matchup, and double mare was very hard to deal with, as we ended up seeing.
Yeah, if there was even one mayor alive here, if Seth was able to keep that single mayor, he was gonna have a pretty insane turn. And now he finds another one to help him out along with this one, so he's gonna be able to develop 2 more units.
All right,
on this turn. The Owlcat being one of them.
Unless it's it's a mayor gunned down on sight.
Yeah, the mayor was mystic shot, and they had to get a replacement mayor who was immediately taken out by a monkey clapping, I think.
Yeah. Some rogue shrapnel from an exploding monkey. Yep.
But now we're gonna start to get to an opportunity for Seth to actually go wide. He has these Yordle in arms that are online. And he just has enough mana to start working through playing some of these Loping Telescope. Finds the Charger, which is a very likely pickup, and it is going to be the Charger. One Scion discarded. tamunda just needing to hold on to these low-to-the-ground cards to protect himself against Seth's onslaught, but he does have double Arachnoid Sentry.
We're one region off, but also 1 mana off, because I believe that not Targon, that Shurima will turn on the Yordle at Arms, I believe.
It should, yeah. We've seen Ionia. We've seen Targon.
Yep, we see Targon, obviously Bandle. So I guess, actually, P&Z should work too, right?
It'd do that Poro Cannon.
Huh. Seth not wanting to go in on it quite yet, necessarily.
You can probably throw away one of the Bomber Twins.
I would think so.
Plays out the Poro. They should be online now. They are. Play the Yordle in Arms. You've got a second one ready to go.
Right.
Jadabunda will be able to stun one thing with Direct Wind Sentry, but still, Seth is going to get a lot of board control immediately.
Yep.
Just be able to continue this onslaught in the coming turns.
Right. And with the Scion down, there's not really a presentation of a win con here necessarily for Tamunda, at least not overtly. Granted, he has the ability to take some of this damage, but Seth's board integrity still completely there right now. Not actually losing anything, getting 8 damage through, clearing most of the board, and Tamunda's hand and board not really that scary right now.
Yeah, Seth just goes one wider and then plays Yordles in Arms once again.
Seth just thinking, what is his best option here? Is he going to have to block? What does he want to block with? What could opponent present? Of course, we know that the Twin Blade Revenant is in hand. Saw it be created. Another Spider is certainly going to be helpful in the cause for Tamunda here, but I don't know it's going to be enough. We can go 3 wide with elusives if need be.
Yeah, can go Fizz and Poro.
The thing is Tamunda has to kind of walk this line of, yes, you want to play this Arachnoid Sentry and stun and elusive, but you kind of have to wait until after the Yordle in Arms is played. And Seth doesn't necessarily need to play it here if he doesn't want to. He could just go wide with the elusives and just chip in a little bit. Granted, the Fizz won't actually get elusive yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think he will just play the... I think you called it out perfectly, right? He goes 3 wide with elusives. He has the Overwhelm as well. So there's just really no way to stop this damage from dealing 10 when this Yordle in Arms comes down. There's 8 mana, so if there's like a lot of removal spells, there'd be a little bit of concern, but even with that...
We can kill one Poro in response. We with Get Excited. We stun another. And then is there enough blockers, I guess, is the question. It's gonna... Yeah, I don't know.
You can't target Fizz because it could be Pokestick or something like that.
Right.
You have to kill one of the Poros. You probably have to stun the Overwhelm or the other Poro.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, you definitely have to stun the other Poro,
I think
or
it's
else
the same amount of damage as the Overwhelm.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, technically,
versus,
maybe the Poro is better because the Overwhelm gets in for 1 either way.
Yeah. Definitely looking pretty good, and Tamunda crunches the numbers and says it's not going to be enough. That's going to be game 1. Going to cephalopod.
Yeah, Yordle and Arms looking real good. I mean, the 2 games we got with it on camera, it's just dominant, just running over the opponent. And yeah, Steph's gonna be trying to just find one more win with Zoe Nami to move him into the grand finals, get that invite back. And based on his Zoe Nami performance earlier on, feels like he should be able to pick that up. But the matchups are going to be Draven Scion and then a mirror matchup. So I have to see if he can pull it together. He's got to find that Nami, got to find that double trouble, and we'll see that mulligan come through right away. See how it's looking. There's an Nami already.
I see 3 champions. Don't even need the Shellys. Yeah, Shelly, that's later game. You gotta be able to get there. It's really give me Nami, give me Sparklefly, and as we saw before, you ain't racing that. Not gonna happen. This is one of the things I like about the Zoe Nami deck is that your first 3 turns or first 2 turns or whatever, it's just pass. You actively don't want to play anything else. Okay, we see the survival skills pitched away. Not actually super relevant in this matchup, I don't think. Certainly not relevant enough to keep sitting in your hand. And tamunda bringing on the beatdowns early. Seth, of course, just going to be passing with the Zoe Nami.
Yep, just trying to keep things rolling as quick as possible, trying to get any damage in, but Seth can just go Guiding Touch, plus gifts from Beyond, play out that 3 mana, get everything banked that he wants.
Yep. Does give tamunda, I mean, sort of clearance, say, hey, you know what? You've got your Draven for free, but this is all according to Seth's plan, right? Like, exactly what he's looking to do from essentially the beginning of the game, right?
This is just a repeat of the last time he played this matchup, right? We just saw him go Nami into single Sparklefly and just carry it. And, hey, look, guess what? We saw this one before too, Blev. The Guiding Touch into the big attack.
Yes.
We've seen this game before.
9, and it was for 11 damage too. This is eerie how similar this is.
Exactly the same.
It wasn't the same mix of units, but it was the same exact amount of damage. Of course, an extra 1 being punched through. Actually, maybe even... Oh, no, okay. A little bit of a delay. An extra 1 being punched through. Yeah, this is all like... Yeah. Seth gets to... you can't race Nami Sparklefly. It's not... You can't do it unless there's some shenanigans happening, which there certainly can be with the challenger units. That is a way, but I guess we're just gonna have to see if Seth is able to actually deal with that. But he's also gonna be able to gain a big chunk of life back before the challenger unit comes through.
I think Seth is also recognizing that this is literally the game he played earlier against this matchup. Right. Like it's the same thing.
This earlier, yeah, almost card for card. No, not quite, but like. I would say game state for game state, we are in a very close spot, which is, I would say, a rarity. I don't recall ever coming to a spot exactly like this in the same sort of scenario.
Yeah, and we'll just see what he goes for. Could go for Shelly and just set up a really big turn 6. But it does mean you will lifesteal a lot less.
Yeah, you could go a little bit wider. Shelly doesn't get you don't get to proc Shelly this turn.
Spell Thief Axe.
Oh, you can Spell Thief Axe. True, very true.
Gives you 2 spells, buffs up everything.
I like that, actually. Yeah, no, Spell Thief Axe makes me think I like this play a lot.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to do that. That is a way that you could proc 2 spells.
Right.
Poro Cannon, maybe, is also an option. Thief Poro Cannon.
Oh, yeah, that might even be better.
Probably better. It gives you some elusives. What's your discard target? Hush? Probably, right?
probably. Yeah, because this burble fish is actually just going to be a nice little chump blocker for next turn. Oh, and I guess you do get to get it this turn,
and you
too.
get another sparkle fly. There you go.
Yeah. Don't know that Burble wants to come in this turn.
Or does it? Like, do you want to actually have a smaller board for the Nami buffs?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, yeah, I guess I'm not sure.
All right, but we
Seth
jumps.
Does want to come in. Yeah. This is unfortunately going to backfire a little bit for Seth because this is going to put the Sparklefly into flock range at 0 mana. I don't know that Seth can even be bluffing anything at this point.
Right. He's going to get flocked on the Sparklefly.
Yep.
That's pretty tough. But the Shelly is still going to just be the target of all the buffs at this point.
Right.
And then you have 2 elusives because you did get the Poros. And also, your Burblefish ripped the Sparklefly for you. So
yes, it did. It is now just... Oh, I guess, like... SF looks like he's crunching the numbers as to how much needs to be blocked. How much are we actually pushing here? 3, 7, 10, 12. Technically could press okay here.
Yeah, you're just dead.
It would be very risky.
Get excited, Mystic Shot, all that. So
yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying it's good, but technically could.
He's got another Nami as well. I wonder if he just hits block here and doesn't actually save the Shelly.
Yeah, I don't know that you need to save the Shelly because Shelly is not really doing much of anything.
Yeah,
Shelly got up to the point where it can block and trade with something, and I think that's its purpose.
Yeah, you're just gonna let this go through, play Sparklefly, and then you go from there. So it feels like you actually just hit block.
Yeah, I like it. What is my purpose? You blocked half of a lost soul. Oh, God. All right, we're going to use 1 buff to keep Shelly alive. I don't hate it. If we're forcing more cards out of Tamunda, I think that's a net positive for Seth. Does Tamunda want to try to kill the Nami is the question. I'm pretty sure Seth is more than okay with that happening. If it's Axe, discard half of your hand to kill the Nami. Looks like it's going to be... Okay, it's going to be discard half of your hand plus play a Whirling Death to level up Draven and kill Nami.
Yeah. Steph's got an extra Nami as well.
Casa, Chad is asking, where are you?
Where am I at? Where am I?
Okay, gonna actually just kill the Shelly. There he is. Okay. There you go, chat. There he is.
There you go, chat. I'm right here.
Every once in a while, you know.
Sometimes we
chat
just
can
forget where
chat
I am.
can impact. Sometimes chat can impact the broadcast in a grand old way. All right, so as the dust settles, Draven leveled up. Shelly down. Nami still alive. Most of Tamunda's board still alive. And Seth down to 4.
Yeah, but he's got the Sparkle Fly. There's like no cards in hand for Tamunda.
Yeah,
there's still
no real cards
all these spells ready for Seth. I mean, he's gonna be basically like full HP off of this next turn.
Yeah.
Unless if he goes Poros, he won't be as healthy, but he might just win.
The Poros. Then the Poros just do 2 extra damage.
They had 2.
You can just play him after. You can just play him after.
That's true. That's a better point. Yeah, you just play him after. So like you spam out whatever you need to play, then you just play the Poros last.
Yeah. I guess if you're worried about Sentry.
Okay, that's a good call out.
That is, yeah. I mean, Lee Sin's not around to kick the basket, but Sentry can certainly kick a good basket in the time of need. Now it doesn't kick it all the way down the hill. It just kind of kicks it like half of the way down, so you have to wait a turn and then go walk and pick it back up and then bring it back to your picnic. But it's still, it still can throw you off for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Sentry's like the way that Tamunda wins here, and he does have 1 draw. Looks like Seth's just gonna go for lethal. I mean, he should be able to find enough on this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nami does not buff things with immobile, but will buff stunned units. The draw.
Yeah, let's see. There's slight delay.
What is it?
Does he?
What is it?
Oh,
another mystic shot.
Actually, that's Nami's. Wait, can Nami's have heal?
No. It's the second one, right? The second one is heal, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, second one is heal.
So it's gonna need to be Hail Cascade into a life gain spell.
That's not it. Wow. Tamunda actually finds the damage.
Times getting there, and Seth going for lethal is gonna end up costing him because opponent got 1 extra draw, and it was a top decked mystic shot.
That's crazy.
Oh,
Seth.
Oh no. Punished, but we are rewarded with a game number 3 in this set, Cass.
Yeah, that is brutal, because that game looked like it should have just been his. It just should have been his. Just not quite enough. Damn. Yeah. That was a tight game. I mean, it came down to just those last mystics. Tamunda trying to push through, get as much damage through, find that out. Needed to get excited or mystic or the stun. Stun could have done it. Could have bought enough time.
There was a lot of things that punished the slow develop. But I mean, you can't necessarily fault someone for trying to go for lethal. Though you could make the argument that if Seth gained 14 life there instead of, or if Seth gained 10 life there, he's probably not dying next turn. But also you think about a top deck Scion and all of a sudden your math gets thrown completely off. So I don't know. It's a tough decision. Unfortunately for Seth, did not make the correct one. But fortunately for us, we get to see a game number 3, Cephalopod versus Tamunda in this losers bracket finals.
All right, but we are going to get the mirror, Blev. Seen some crazy things in the mirror, but this looks like a heavy advantage to Tamunda to kick things off. 2 Sparkle Flies in hand from Seth.
Yep. Not
where you want them to be. No Nami for Seth either. As I say that,
Okay.
there's a Nami for Seth. So,
Yep. But he's gonna be behind the Nami. Gonna be behind the Nami train here, as that Zoe does throw off the math a bit.
yep, doesn't quite give you the level up as quick, but overall, you're probably pretty happy with the Zoe coming through, creating the super cool star charts, getting you some value.
Mm-hmm.
Line him up, knock him down. Gonna kill off the Zoe.
So he did work. She did work.
She generated 2 cards. Took a card away from tamunda, except for he wanted to play that card anyway because of the Nami. Seth's got a slow Nami, but it will be able to come down soon enough.
Ooh, Mind Meld. A card that I believe is put in the deck as a mirror breaker, potentially.
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be, yeah. A little early to be wanting to draw it, but still good to have it.
And he did win a mirror earlier, and it did include a Mind Meld in that victory.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't really a necessary meld. He probably was winning anyway, but it did end the game before there was a chance for a comeback.
Right.
We're all the way to Shelly turn. Nami's still not leveled. No. Okay, well, he now found spells. So Seth's going to be able to level the Nami. Took a while, though.
Yep. It sure did. And we can... I'm assuming that Nami's one off. Yeah, then we can play Shelly. Level up.
There's a fly.
Ooh, Sparkle is interesting now because Seth can once the well, actually, I guess the Nami doesn't even need to level up. This Serpent is still going to get a buff. It just won't be +2/+1. It'll be +1/+0. Can threaten to kill the Sparklefly and has Hush on backup if needed.
That is a good point.
Granted, there's many a Pale Cascade to maybe save.
Wow.
Pending.
Yeah, I guess having 2 Sparkleflies in hand, it's like Crescendum starts to feel a lot worse. We just see Calibrum just to try and force out some spells from tamunda. And then we can look at your line with our Danger Noodle here and see if we can actually take out the Sparklefly.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we see Pale.
That's enough.
Which saves it, but it does not currently save it from the Noodle. And, Guiding Touch, though.
Oh, that's rough.
That's pretty good.
That's mean.
Oh, okay, and we're also not... doesn't look like we're necessarily going for it, because Hush is no longer an option.
All right,
yeah. Stuff not even going for it. Makes sense. Wasn't really a safe way to do it. It's just... A lot of times it's just better to be like, you know what? They've got it. They have something to save this.
Wanting to level the Nami too, because if you play Hush that turn, you're actually 1 away from leveling Nami.
True.
You needed 2 mana to be banked.
Okay. Right. Okay, that makes sense. That the not that the Shelly was even that good last turn, but it makes a lot more sense now that it was not played or considered. Okay, Zoe being played is interesting because now buffs moving away from Sparklefly. Okay, usually Shelly, pretty big difference maker in this mirror. When we see, Shelly versus a non-Shelly.
Just gonna play a Nami's Ebb. Get a little damage onto the Shelly.
Okay.
Was looking to see if they could just bank the Sparkle Fly, I guess, or the Danger Noodle. Both of them were reasonable hits, but it goes to Shelly instead. So fortunate for Seth.
Oh, right. That's not a targeted spell. That's just that is
Flow.
a random on that side.
And then the Ebb and Flow. I mean, it gives 3 spell casts.
Yeah, so good. All right. Tamunda setting up those baskets. Oh, gets just a blank spell.
There's the Ebb and Flow. It hits Nami, so overall, Seth probably happy with the hits from that because didn't actually kill anything. He didn't have to play any buffs in response.
Best option, I guess. Hitting Seth's face twice would have been better, I think, for Seth.
I think it's
but
units only, but maybe I'm wrong about Ebb. I don't actually
might
know.
be. It very well might be.
I know it is a random target, but an enemy deal 2 randomly to an enemy or the enemy nexus. Thanks, Seth.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're right. Face would have been probably Seth would have been a little bit happier with face.
Right, but outside of that, this seems like it is pretty good for Seth here. All right, Seth hits the OK button. No blocks. Now, well, Seth technically has a smaller board, but it is now wider, and Shelly will certainly be making it a taller board very soon, or at least will quickly be doing that, if not immediately.
Yeah, Spell Thief is huge to give Seth a lot more spells, things to cast. He just needs things to cast. He has a lot of good things going for him with Shelly and Nami, right? But
the question is, has Tamunda played a Spell Thief, and can you just keep cycling 5 Spell Thieves here?
I don't think there's been a Spell Thief from Tamunda. And normally, first to play Spell Thief is disadvantaged because of that.
Right.
Chaining.
Okay, Pale.
Okay. Yeah, Seth does kind of need to kill this Zoe just because she is looking to level.
Mm-hmm.
So I do like that he's going in with the snake and just trying to go for that trade. It's good for now, and he hit another Pale, which is massive.
Yep. Yeah, not having to use that Spell Thief, probably pretty good. Now, yeah, Seth, only a 5 on the Mind Meld. This might be a little bit behind the curve on this one.
Yeah, really low spell game for Seth, which has been incredibly tough to deal with. And now I don't think he can save this Shelly from the Calibrum.
It seems unlikely. If
that
you
earlier Ebb.
you could thief. No, that wouldn't do it. Thiefing, guiding touch doesn't do it.
Just gonna get the buff from Shelly though before it goes down.
Take the buff. Another Pale Cascade. Okay. Down goes Shelly, and all of a sudden, Shelly advantage on the side of Tamunda. And we're going into an attacking turn.
Hush just picked up for Tamunda as well.
Oh, God, the defensive Mind Meld. Not where you want to be.
Yeah, the Double Trouble almost feels detrimental
Yeah.
At this point.
It's taking away buffs from crucial units, and oh boy, this is potentially quite brutal for Seth because, like, there's the mind meld, which might be able to get a board, might be able to do something, but it's looking like it's going to be too slow. And Tamunda even has a hush just in case. Like, in case somehow Seth was trying to, pull something sneaky and get something through. Not even going to be enough. Seth debating. He can't if he has to use the Spell Thief. Certainly not something he's looking to cast.
Yeah, it's really tough to want to cast that because then Tamunda might be able to just chain them in a follow-up.
Yeah, when you can just chain, just go off, right? I mean, Tamunda could cast 4 of them in a row, potentially. All right, this puts Seth at exactly 0. Just gains Seth life. 1 Sparklefly currently surviving, though we see that that is unlikely to be the case.
Yeah. I think Seth's going to end up having to play this Spell Thief this turn after Tamunda responds.
It's going to depend on what line Tamunda goes. If he just goes for Pale Cascade, Seth can respond with Hush, and now all of a sudden the Sparklefly is in a pretty good spot. You can Hush Zap, and there's pretty much no way to be able to kill the Sparklefly, I don't think.
You could Hush. Oh, not enough mana. Yeah, Tamunda tap down to 2. Yep, the Hush feels good. Protect your Sparklefly. You keep 1 alive. Overall trading across the board. There is the Shelly on the other side, though, which is really brutal. But still alive for now.
We're going to be at +1 unit on the side of Seth. Unless we're playing another spell, which we are. Okay, Guiding Touch. Gonna save the Sparklefly on the side of Tamunda. Oh, and the Zap gets the buff. That's right. Oh, brutal for Seth. I forgot about the Nami buff. Yeah, this is oh boy. Not good. Line them up. Certainly not looking like what Seth needed. Maybe a miracle double trouble into Mind Meld.
I mean, maybe you just rip the meld because it's all 10/10s and you just send it in.
Right. Yeah,
just
you probably
to try
have
and
to
stabilize the game.
Not really too many other options, unfortunately, for Seth.
But Tamunda has a Hush.
Yep.
Can stop 1 of these units that way. And chump and still keep a decent board alive, I believe. Jailbreak is another blocker.
Yeah, playing the Jailbreak just for 1.
Jailbreak only gives you 1 still. It's not Double Trouble Blev. I know, they look the same.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I literally keep... They're the same. They're the same
It's the same card.
They're the same card. All right, chump. Okay, Hushing, Nami. Yep, that checks out. So unlike last time we saw Seth play this Mind Meld, Seth is not going to be coming back to a very healthy, strong, vibrant board. Instead, going to be essentially coming back to shambles.
Yeah, just a bunch of garbage.
This block leaves Seth with 0 elusives, a bunch of trash, and Jay Tamunda with 2 Shellys, a Burblefish, and a Nami. And most notably, plenty of health to deal with. And this is looking like it is just going to be wrapped up.
Yeah, Seth's just dead on the crackback.
Yeah.
Nothing he can really do about it. He can maybe steal a hush, salvage one more turn.
Mm-hmm.
Might still not be enough with all the buffs that can come through on the next turn.
I'm going to go ahead and say probably not.
Yeah, Sunblast doesn't do anything either. Even with the 1 hush, yeah, it might still just be game. Likely still game.
7, 13,
Yeah.
4. It's 14 without anything being played if you hush the Shelly. That's with 0 spells being cast.
So Jay Tamunda gonna set up for the rematch against Salvaje in the grand final. He's gonna get that invite back. Lock that down. Seth had a pretty good start to this game after finding the Shelly, but the ebb and flow actually making a big difference with the targeted hit.
Yeah.
Landing on the Shelly, causing it to be low enough that it was able to be picked off. Without that, this might have been a very different story. Seth would have had that extra time getting those buffs.
Yep.
Doesn't end up getting it. Jay Tamunda takes it. We've got our 2 grand finalists, our 2 players that will be invited back to the next fight night. It's Salvaje, it's Jay Tamunda.
Yeah, and even thinking back to the previous game, that second game we saw there, I mean, by the hair on his chinny chin, Jay Tamunda makes it there with that top decked Mystic shot, but just so, I've been talking about this the whole time. Jay Tamunda's been playing so amazing because it's not just, many people will look at it and say, oh, top deck Mystic shot, but it's playing to get to the spot where you can top deck the Mystic shot. So many people will have played that game, top deck a Mystic shot, and be like, oh, I was so close. I was off by this. I was off by that. No, Jay Tamunda set himself up to be in a position to get a top deck, and he got it.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, back in the grand finals, going to be invited back to the next fight night as well.
Yeah, he is. He's going to get his spot back in here. Having a great performance. He's doing so well on ladder. He's a player who's been, he's top cut, I believe, 2 seasonals, 2 out of 5. And, we're coming into 6 seasonal, trying to set up to make it 3 for 6, get that nice 50%. That's a really good top cut rate for seasonals if he can pull that off. And Jay Tamunda's been having a really good season, I would say. I think he's been playing really well, doing really well on ladder. And, fight night, he's going to make it to that grand final. So, we will have that grand final in just a moment, Blev. We got Salvaje versus Jay Tamunda, but we are going to run to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends returns after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we are moving on to that grand final. We have our two players that have made it to the next week's Fight Night. Now they're just playing that money match. But before we get into it, Blev, why don't you go ahead and break down the format for those who are maybe just joining us?
Absolutely. We're in week 44, same old format as always. Double elim bracket with 8 invited players every single match up until this point, and continuing on past this point will be best of 3. Players are bringing 2 decks with no region overlap. And again, before you bring it up, you don't get to wish for infinite wishes. You don't get to bring a Poppy deck that's Demacia and a Poppy deck that's Bandle. No. None of these loopholes. We closed that off real quickly. But to win a match, the players need to win with both of their decks. And the little black box at the bottom is extremely relevant coming into the grand finals. So you have the grand finals from the lower bracket wins, in this case, tamunda. There will be a bracket reset, and we'll play an additional best of 3. But players, like you said, Casa, are playing that $50 money match, but both we will be seeing at the next fight night.
Yeah, we will be seeing Salvaje and tamunda in the next fight night, but we also have them facing off for that extra money right now. We saw the match in the winners bracket finals. Salvaje took it down, actually 2-0ing Zoe Nami with his Ash Noxus and his Sivir Akshan deck, and neither game looked close, but also tamunda did not have those Namis on curve, didn't have those perfect hits. So we'll have to see if he can actually find better draws, and if Salvaje can still find those victories against those better draws. Just a moment. This is an elephant in the finals, Blevins.
True.
The Tusk Raider, I don't even remember. It's here. It is here for Salvaje, and it could win the very first fight night it shows up in if the Tusk Rider finds the victory, Blev.
You know, now that I'm reading it, it is called Armored Tusk Rider. So does that mean that the 6-5 is actually the like group of soldiers on top of the elephant? If that's the case, then what in the world are the stats of the actual elephant? Because I want to know that.
Interestingly, it says rider, not riders, but there's like 6 people up there. So
yeah, I see at least 3, and it's assumed. I think you can like extrapolate that there's at least a few more, but I don't know. I'm curious now.
It's
also like, because that thing is massive. It's like
big elephant.
You know, our co-caster in arms for the EU side, Skarsig, does these really cool things on his stream where he'll like use visual vantage points in the art and then compare those to real life things to see like guesstimate how tall things actually are.
With She Who Wanders.
He did it with She Who Wanders. He did it with a couple of the. I asked him to do it with a couple of the sea monsters as well, and it's like, yeah, they're actually quite massive, and we even see the humans there. I mean, things big is the long and short of it, and it's big in the game too. 6-5 overwhelm. We saw it do some work before. It's quite hard for these small Bandlewood units to actually trade with it, right? I mean, it's not getting dealt damage from anything with 4 or less power, so you either need to be pumped by Poppy, you need to be pumped by Nami, Shelly, something like that, which obviously can't happen, but might not be able to happen in time to stop the elephant.
Yeah, pretty much nothing but Scion and then like Lost Soul and Farron in this Draven Scion deck can actually deal damage to it. I mean, there's like removal with Get Excited plus Mystic or Ravlock or something like that, but there's not many things in that deck that actually hit it. And kind of same in the Zoe Nami. I mean, things can be buffed up, but it's kind of funny in this matchup. I don't think it's built necessarily for these matchups that we've got. As far as the tech of the Tusk Rider, I think that's likely more for the Bandle decks, but interestingly enough, there's just not that many things that can actually trade with it in either of these lists, and it comes down to the spells or just racing for the most part.
Yeah, it's just an interesting one. It's maybe thought we're not running Sejuani, so we need a 6-drop. What's the next best 6-drop?
Yes,
I guess Armored Tusk Rider was
Tusk
the
Rider
answer.
The Tusk Rider is the Sejuani replacement. Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, they fill, very similar roles in the sense that...
yeah, one's a big boar, one's a big elephant.
Right, a lot of tusks.
Yeah.
There wasn't enough tusks in the deck, I guess. That was a flavor thing. Needed tusks. Tusk representation in the grand finals. We've seen Sejuani here all the time. But now the Sejuani friendship with Sejuani ended. Armored Tusk Rider is my new homie.
That's where I was getting confused too, because isn't the Tusk Raider, isn't that the boat?
Something like that.
Sedge's boat?
Tusk Raider, Tusk Rider. I don't know.
So then there's the Tusk Rider is the elephant. There we go.
Or is it the group on top of the elephant? We still don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't. The elephant's not like riding its tusks, right? Like that's not
right.
It's not doing that.
Right. Okay.
And there we go. We're in game.
We're finally out of this.
Thank God.
This hellhole podcast we had in the middle of that match, talking about the Armored Tusk Rider, and we are in the game. Fast forward a couple of turns, we've got a couple of champions. We've got a champion on each side of the board. First blood struck by Selvaje in the form of an Omen Hawk.
Yeah, a little peck, kick things off. Yeah. Get the Draven down. The 3 mana quick attack champions on the board. There is going to be this reckoning, though. Potential to be terrifying. However, there are just like plenty of ways to deal with this single 5 attack unit on board.
Right. Unless, is there even a way that... Okay. Well, tamunda just going to go ahead and preemptively stop that.
Yeah. No, thank you, please. I do not want to deal with that.
Yeah, I have a pretty strong feeling that Reckoning is probably going to be in the back of Tamunda's mind until one gets cast, I would say. Unlikely to be playing into a Reckoning unless forced to.
Okay.
Just deciding... What does the Flame Chompers pull? A lot of different iterations for this attack, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, end up just trading with the Sump Dredger, but you don't lose the Chompers. I suppose keeping the Chompers around for another swing. Likely going to be valuable. Worthwhile.
Yeah. Not terrible, not great. You chip a little bit of damage. Clear the board a little bit.
And you do have Ash plus Glory Seeker, but we are just going to go for the Tusk Rider. We talked about, right? Like, there's not a good way to block this. I mean, you can deal with it with spells, but you can't really stop this big boy from coming through with your units.
And it's 4 or less. So that means that Draven with an axe, still not big enough. And I believe, well, yeah, the Whirling Death...
Yeah, that's a strike, right? That shouldn't work.
It's strike. It doesn't work. This Tusk Rider it's gonna get chump blocked.
Well, it's gonna get axed on the. Oh wait, no, that's delay.
Yeah.
That's delay. That Revenant's already. There's no axe. He's just getting
There's
through.
no axe, and also there's a flash freeze just in case.
Yeah.
All right. Armored Tusk Rider makes it through unscathed. Granted, we see both of the options. We see both of the options to of units that can actually damage the Armored Tusk Rider in Tamunda's hand, in the Farron and the Scion, but and the Lost Soul. We actually see everything in Tamunda's hand. Yes, chat is asking if this is a main deck Tusk Rider. The answer is unequivocally yes. It is a 2 of in the main deck. And if you are watching at home and wondering what these decks are, you can use !decks in the chat to see every single deck that was used for all of the regions of Fight Night. For every week of Fight Night, we've got a nice little link with every single deck that's ever been used in Fight Night all the way back, I believe, to
The fight
pretty
night
close
one?
to the beginning.
Yeah, I think we have them all the way back to fight night 1.
All right.
I believe they were retroactively put into the master spreadsheet.
44 weeks of history all in one little document.
Yeah, if you're interested in the meta over the course of essentially Runeterra. I mean, it started about 6 months in.
Sure.
You can see just about all of it, as there's going to be a freeze plus a reckoning coming through to kill off the Scion.
We can kill the Tusk Rider, but it is not going to... it won't... Tamunda not able to kill both units.
Yeah, I guess you just take the 10, you let the Scion die, you stay at 7, and you start to go aggressive on your own.
Right.
Deciding against it.
You know you command power when a gigantic elephant jumps in front of you to protect you. And another one off the top. He knew. Savai knew.
Gonna be Ashe though, because Tamunda, whatever he plays immediately is just gonna be dealt with by Glory Seeker plus Ashe.
Yep. Okay, Farron. All right, that is not going to be eaten. Savai was so ready to just eat whatever got played and went, whoa, hold up.
Wait a minute there.
That's a big boy. We're not gonna eat the old Farron. All right, the guillotine's in hand, so now, I mean, Tamunda has 8, 10, 13 damage in hand, and there's only 12 on the side of Savai, so this one is pretty much wrapped up, right? I mean, it's just going to be, are there enough actions to end the game, and two decimates next turn into the fast speed. Although
there's a Mystic used on board.
Huh. Interesting.
Okay.
Wait, is there another Mystic?
No, I think that was the played one.
Why is it in hand? Oh, okay.
There's a delay. There's a delay.
A little bit of delay. Okay. All right. I guess just assuming that this Farron's going to get some amount of damage through.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Salahi can find any freeze off this Whispered Words. Yeti.
Miss and miss. All right.
But Tactician gives a rally. Can make a difference potentially here. Is there going to be enough damage, though? Probably not. Well, Yeti plus rally?
No.
That's 13 exactly. That's exactly 13.
Right.
But, and there's only 9 mana.
Wait. Yeah, Tamunda gonna have to wait.
But if you keep up the pressure, so you go Tactician now.
Yeah.
Then you set up a good open attack.
Yeah. Set up an open. Okay, a lot of blockers, but that's okay. Yeah, you go right. You go right into. Go right into attacks. Yeah, Tamunda.
Okay.
Is going to force the issue.
Double get excited.
You have to.
Yeah. Double get excited.
Yeah.
You're gonna be dead to double get excited on the next turn.
Okay.
Not dead to this attack with the blocks.
Repeat
of the previous set though, right? Because we saw same matchup. Tamunda won.
Yep.
And then there was the 2-0 over Zoe Nami.
True.
There we go. Double get excited to the face.
Yep. And the
Time Wonder. Style points.
Little style, yeah, stylish.
Okay.
All right. I got scared there because I thought that was not the right amount of damage, which would have been a travesty for Tamunda, but it was the exact correct amount of damage.
Precisely the right amount.
That's true. In the grand finals, if you overkill your opponent, they actually start back at 20 and gain life. So that's
yeah, it's the new rule. New rule we're trying out.
It would have actually only gone down to 18. You would have actually gone back up to 18 there. That's not true. But that will be Tamunda taking game number 1 of set number 1. I bring that up because if Tamunda wins this next game, then there will be a bracket reset. If it actually wins one of the next 2 games, there will be a bracket reset, and we'll go to another best of 3. But if Salvaje is able to win 2 in a row, we will see a new Fight Night champion crowned.
Yeah, and Salvaje gonna swap it up, go with the Akshan Sivir for this game. Already has Akshan in the early stages. Of course, gonna be just the passes along by Tamunda, but this is gonna be a Vagabond to set up a very quick first palace.
Zoe gonna get a super cool star chart out of the deal. Yeah, pretty solid curve out of Salvaje, and ooh, the Cataclysm has proven to be quite strong in many of these matchups, being able to snipe or at least threaten to kill a Nami on a key turn and just push through a lot of damage, usually with the Sivir as well, but she's not quite shown up to the party quite yet.
Yeah, line him up, knock him down, probably coming through just to take out the Akshan.
Nope.
There's another Akshan that can be played by Salvaje on the next turn, but for now, just gonna have to come in for 3.
Treasure Seeker, another card, just able to push through a ton of damage potentially, especially on these earlier turns where, as we know, the MO for the deck is to just spend spell mana and bank so that we can level up Nami right when she comes down. And a deck like this that's able to set up and just really kind of do it unimpeded, really able to capitalize a lot of the time.
Yeah. Setting up for the Nami turn. You get the Bruiser.
Yep.
Start making those lucky finds.
Nami is here, but we're dealing with a man who's almost as efficient as a Bull Elnuk. Not many are built like that.
Yeah, and the Akshan is going to be leveled up in just a moment as well. And start to set up some really big turns for Salvaje. Looks like Zoe is going to try and just completely trade the Bruiser.
Sure.
Now I'm going to go for some value blocks.
Yep. It's the price of doing business.
Yeah, lucky find's just going to have to go on the Vagabond.
Went for +1/+1. Makes sense. The other didn't make too much sense. And oh, yes, the Cataclysm now gets to come out. And I'm not sure that there is a spell for 1 mana that will be able to... Oh, it was reduced. Okay. Still going to kill the Nami, though.
Yeah. Picking off the Nami is still going to be worth it. There might just be another
Right.
one, though, but there is Concerted. Actually, double Concerted as ways to potentially find more. Moonsilver just going to continue keep those buffs going. This is just a big Sparkle Fly already on board.
And a zero cost Zoe, too. Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Akshan is leveled.
The damage coming through, but we're not any pumpers right now. And like Salvaje definitely behind for sure. No one would argue against that, but if we remove the Sparkle Fly somehow, all of a sudden Salvaje not really being threatened, and their board is going to be able to push damage and really control the game much easier than Tamunda's is right now with no pumpers.
Yeah, I mean that's a sharp sight as well being picked up, so that's going to give an opportunity to find a way to stop this Sparklefly. Shelly,
well, there's a pumper.
That is
kill it with Cataclysm.
That is a Cataclysm if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I mean
you
Pale
just
Cascade.
lose to Pale Cascade. That is.
Yeah, you sure do. All right, another sharp sight.
I mean, I guess we're just setting up Concerted Strike by playing this, and potentially as well just having the attack.
Yeah, we could. I mean, you could Cataclysm with it.
True. That's an option.
And I'm sure you'd rather Cataclysm with Akshan, but at this point, take what you can get.
Double Trouble comes through. Ooh, Conservator. Okay. We have seen Mage Seeker Conservator have some insane results in the past.
Yeah, I feel like that's not the value I wanted out of that 5/2.
Oh, no. Certainly not.
The do actual nothing, not what I was looking for out of it, I don't think. Another Double Trouble, but now the coast is probably pretty clear to kill Shelly. It's
Spell Thief just going to get one more buff from the Shelly for good measure.
Okay, and you can steal the treasures, can't you?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Shelly down.
And there it is. Relic of Power.
Yeah.
That can help find a Nami or something. Predict is very powerful.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, and having to use the Concerted Strike just on the Zoe. I mean, makes sense for sure. We're gonna get a treasure here
at the start of this turn, which is big. You can just use the draw, reduce everything.
Oh, very good point. Oh, and actually, if we get an action, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so this open attack would force a block. But if we get an action, we can reduce cost. We can draw and reduce cost, and then play Golden Aegis to give Akshan barrier. And now all of a sudden, Sharp Sight looking pretty strong. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter if the Akshan survives or not. That's not your prime objective, I suppose.
Yeah, but Nami comes down and it has to eat the Concerted instead. Sparklefly stays alive. I guess you've got the sharp sights to try kill off Sparklefly, but you're still behind.
Yeah, and now even if the Sparklefly goes, it's just now it is a wide and getting tall board. You can use 2 sharp sights to trade with the Sparklefly.
And you almost have to at this point. I guess you can just do this. Yeah, I guess killing the Sparklefly doesn't currently matter because they're already full health.
Right.
So going for the value instead does make sense.
You can probably get another treasure out of this Akshan, I would say. So put you down to 2. Hey, you got a good number of draws to just try to get a Cataclysm or something. All right, gifts for Renekton.
Yeah, Merciless.
Ooh, Shapestone, nice. Pretty big.
can actually just try and use this Waking Sands to trade with the Sparklefly now with just one buff.
Herbal. Yep, want to keep the sharp sight for sure to be able to block the elusive. Ooh, that's unfortunate.
You have to play sharp sight, but then it's just
well, no. You can use Golden Aegis and pull with Akshan.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
and that's gonna be the play. It's gonna be Aegis pull with Akshan.
Oh, another elusive though is not what we were looking for. Oh, Gravitum. Brutal. Yeah, that's going to be it.
I mean, you can still kill the Sparklefly.
Oh, just going for... Oh, gives everything... Wow. Oh, right. There's other
Everything vulnerable
treasures.
And pull plays the strongest unit. Had to play the sharp sight to get there.
Okay.
So you can kill off 2 of these, but still gonna have to find something to answer the 3rd elusive.
Right. Well, you're gonna get at least get 2 draws off of the Preservarium. All right, attacks coming through. Can you get elusive off of the Lucky Finds?
I don't recall there being elusive.
I feel like you can't. That doesn't really make flavor sense, at least. Challenger +1/+1 fearsome. Those aren't going to do it. All right. We've got 2 draws. There's 1 sharp sight left in the deck. That's a miss.
Sean does not save you on open attack. Preservarium does not either. Not. If it's not an open attack, you have a shot.
Wait. Oh no. There hasn't been anything. That's a slow spell anyway. The Akshan spell is a slow spell. Spell Thief getting basically anything is going to probably be good enough. Maybe just getting a Lucky Find.
Sandstone Charger.
All right. Yeah, might as well.
Stay wide. That's just going to do it. Tamunda going to take the first set. Going to reset the bracket. And now we have the final matchup between these 2. One more best of 3 to determine who will win Fight Night Legends Week 44. Tamunda grabs the 2-0 after losing 2-1 in the winners final. Now that last set between these 2.
Yeah, we're now 1 set to 1 set. So it is... perfectly balanced as all things should be, and we've just got 1 more best of 3. No more resets here. It's not like you need to win 2 in a row. We would be here. We'd probably still be at like Fight Night 6 or something, playing out all these finals if you had to win 2 in a row, going back and forth. But we have got 1 more here. Whoever wins 2 out of these next 3 will be our Fight Night 44 America's champion.
Ooh, I mean... that looked really tough for Taco. It's incredibly difficult to beat that deck 3 times in a row. And he would have needed to beat it 4 times in a row based on the previous set as well, where he 2-0'd Nami Zoe. And, you know, lineup-wise, it feels like it's winnable, as we've seen. Yeah. But it was looking a lot more difficult. And Draven Scion seems like such an uphill battle for this lineup.
Yeah, it really does. I do think that Culling Strike is in a pretty interesting spot. It's only a 2 of in the deck, but it is still quite good. We do, of course, have 3 Flash Freeze. We have the 2 Reckoning, but I mean, we saw a like 4 unit killed Reckoning, and it just kind of didn't matter. It like a Reckoning that barely catches you back up is just not a Reckoning that's winning a tournament, I don't think. And I mean, we do have the Armored Tusk Rider, which of course, you know, all-star unit, but not quite able to. It can hold about 6 soldiers on its back. I don't know if it can hold a whole deck.
All right, well, this LeBlanc, very big, does dodge Mystic Shot now, so you do love that. First of all, start getting those reputations ticking. Couple Yetis to come, maybe that can help as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get the Yeti train rolling, we're gonna have a really strong mid game. We'll have the 3/3s, of course, and then a 5/5. And right now, tamunda is, you know, low to the ground. A 5/5 body would do wonders in this on this current board state. It's just how quickly is Savaje going to be able to get them online. Drawing it this turn is... It could actually be extremely important, to be completely honest, because, you know, tamunda is going to be setting up a good open attack. And if the 5/5's not there, this board is looking kind of weak compared to what tamunda is putting up right now.
Yep, really want to hit it. There's the Yeti. This time, Savaje does get that Yeti immediately. Can try and set up for another one even. You're always going to want to attack with the LeBlanc. Continue to stack up reputation. Get her closer to level up, so at least never taking that pass, but we do see the develop first. Maybe a wider attack going to come through.
Yeah, and looks like Savaje willing to take the trade downs technically with the 3/1s, but I think that's okay. Keep the board nice and easy. We don't need anything crazy. We don't need tamunda having a super wide board. Even if you know, Savaje has one, he'd rather both players have nothing on the board than both players have a lot, because tamunda can have some really explosive stuff with Scion, Overwhelm, rallies, you know, pulling units aside. It can get really scary if the board is cluttered. So this is kind of a, you know, let's reduce some fractions here. Let's get some stuff off the board.
Okay. Axe onto Draven. Double axe. This is a whirling death if I've ever seen one. Looks like maybe not. No, just wants to trade away with the Yeti.
Which is interesting. This is basically tamunda saying, yeah, it doesn't have flash freeze. Because that would be a pretty big blow if flash freeze was there. Either says it doesn't care or I'm not playing around it.
There's the flash freeze on the top.
There it is.
There it is. Well,
Which could be
tamunda
even
now
deadlier.
has the, yeah, now he's got the read that there's no flash freeze.
Right, and there actually is.
It's just kind of an elephant turn, I guess. At this point, you're gonna flash freeze. Stop 4 damage. Just pay 3, defend 4.
Yeah, 3 mana, gain 4 life. I guess in this situation, I don't hate it because you're, you know, it's the difference between 12 and 8. I don't like 8. Also, you do get to turn on the Calling Strike.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
I guess this calling's not getting much better, so the other option is to develop the Tusk Rider here, but besides just going for a little bit of removal. Does have a mirror image. Now we just need to find the rallies, and you can start to have those combos come out.
Yeah. We could also be setting up for a pretty big reckoning as well. Could we mirror image LeBlanc? Oh, that would... Ooh, the Yeti might actually set us up pretty well.
Yeti makes it really safe.
Yeah. I think J Tamunda probably has to pass here. But then we can mirror image. Just mirror image LeBlanc. Or just drop an elephant.
I like Tusk Rider.
Yeah.
It's a good blocker as well.
It's true. Although, can block. All right, 2 blockers for Tusk Rider. There's Scion. All of a sudden, this attack does not look good.
No, not really. I mean, you still can swing with LeBlanc. Actually, just going to mirror image the Tusk Rider. I feel like, isn't LeBlanc a little bit of a better mirror image here? Just because, well, I guess she gets chumped by Aporo, whereas this can't be chumped by Aporo.
Yeah, this Tusk Rider, he don't care. Okay, yeah, leaving the Yeti back for blocks on Scion. Sure, I like it. I like it. 7. So we'll be doing 5 with Scion if we block with Yeti. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's gonna put. Okay. J Tamunda is gonna block with 1 Poro, so we're only going to do 7 here on this crackback.
Yeah, I mean, if there's another Scion though.
Oh yeah, if there's another Scion, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, down to 5.
Down to 3. Essentially. I mean, there's 2.
Yeah.
Poros.
Right. We draw Flash Freeze. We can beat... Oh, actually, we still can't beat Scion because Scion is busted.
Well, you can, right? You freeze him and you don't kill him, right? And then you have to find a way to win on your next turn after that, which is still a problem. Not saying it's not a problem. It's just like you can live for a turn.
That's true. That is...
Now, if he gets 2 freezes...
Yeah, for the low cost of 12 mana, you can freeze the Scion, then Reckoning, and then freeze it again. Second Reckoning doesn't really do anything.
Ah, yeah.
There he is. All right, you got 2 draws. Miss. Miss.
Hearthguard blocks not enough.
No, it does not. That is going to be game number 1 of the final set here, going to J Tamunda. This Draven Scion list has been the bane. I mean, it's been a go-to for J Tamunda, but it has been the bane of Savaje this entire event that we've seen him. And well, not going to have a chance to beat it tonight, but does have the shot to 2-0 Zoe Nami once again to be our Fight Night champion.
Yeah, and Savaje has just not been able to deal with Draven Scion whatsoever, but it hasn't mattered so far. Now it does. In the grand finals, not being able to get over that hump has led to the bracket reset already, and now we've got one more chance. We did see this deck get 2-0'd by Savaje previously.
Yep.
We know that this is possible. We know that they can do it.
Yep.
But the question is, will they be able to do it, or will J Tamunda be able to find something that's good enough, another hand that they can piece together, find the victory?
Mm-hmm. We did see an I couldn't tell if it was a full mulligan or a full mulligan except for 1 card on the side of J Tamunda, but a lot of cards sent back. But if there's even 1 kept, that's kind of bad news because it's almost certainly a Nami. And Nami's pretty good right now. Savaje throwing out the sad Poro. Maybe out-thunk himself there and assumed J Tamunda was going to play a card and ended up not. Okay, LeBlanc not wanting to pull the keg. So you don't really need to. It doesn't really do anything. It turns on another. It makes another line them up, knock them down, deal 3 instead of 2. But you also have the LeBlanc spell to kill the keg in response if you really want to, or now even a Culling Strike. So probably don't want to use that there.
All right. Just the LeBlanc on board for now. Savaje has not been able to put out a lot of pressure, but Tamunda does not have the full early setup they would want with the Nami. See if Savaje can actually get some aggression put together. Gonna need it, because there's the Nami coming down leveled up.
Yep, leveled up Nami. Just gonna rip the Culling Strike, which makes sense. First, make your opponent have a Pale Cascade, and then you do have Troll Chant if you want. Troll Chant probably good enough. I don't think you need to use Three Sisters. Yeah, Troll Chant should be good enough here. Don't know that Tamunda could have anything here that saves this Nami. Not with 3 mana. Alright. Down goes Nami, but we've got a Legion Saboteur coming through, but there it is. Brittle Steel. Savaje taking a pretty commanding lead here on the board. A Nami down, and, you know, there could be another Nami, but we need another Nami and a follow-up unit. Well, there's the follow-up unit, but we also need spells, too. And all the while, Savaje going to potentially be able to keep this board going. There's Reputation, and now these draw 2s are all of a sudden 2 mana instead of 4. Oh, no, that's not Reputation. That's just enough damage for LeBlanc, which is not necessarily Reputation. All right, Ash is drawn. There he is. Our Elephant Boy, Tusk Rider. Coming in the clutch in the finals. I guess this is the real test here. Can Savaje race this Sparklefly? And the elusives. It's gonna be tough.
It's a tough one for sure, right? There is the culling, so you can look for a freeze culling to try and just get through any potential buff.
Okay. Yep.
And then you've got the Ash that can like perma-freeze the Sparklefly.
Mm-hmm. You perma-freeze the Sparklefly on defense.
On attack, yeah, on attack.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Which you know might be enough, especially because there's the potential for the rally and the multi-rally because it's a leveled LeBlanc.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. We might just be getting, play Ash here, open attack. I don't know. Let's see. We've had 2 freezes. I don't know if we'll quite be at leveled Ash, but we'll be there soon enough. Yeah, and a 3 Sisters as well.
Yeah, and then between that, you should be able to get your Reputation, deal enough damage to get a mirror image from LeBlanc, and then you go into the turn after this next attacking turn. You play the rally, go in, and then you rally again with the mirror image. There's a path to victory.
Right. Yeah, it might just be, if not over, board decimated and damage dealt for sure. And jailbreak. Going to certainly be very useful. Okay, that is jailbreak and not the other one. Oh, don't pick whispered words because it doesn't work the way that you want it to. Reputation makes it cost 2. It does not reduce its cost by 2. It makes it cost 2, period. Okay. Tamunda does not fall for the trap. I mean, probably was the better choice regardless, but... All right, we start off the attack, and this currently is leaving Ash open to be blocked and killed. Perhaps Savahe does not care. Yeah, this is probably fine. Maybe fine just taking the trade with the Burble. Ooh, LeBlanc getting hit here is pretty detrimental for sure. All right. LeBlanc's coming through. LeBlanc goes down. We do have the second LeBlanc, but no...
I'm just gonna rally, try and set up for the Ash level up.
Right. Yeah, with the Icefield Archer, probably that should do it, especially with the attack. And we're pushing 13. Not quite enough. We do have the Three Sisters on defense to not die to any shenanigans.
Yeah, without the LeBlanc getting that mirror image, it definitely hurts quite a bit, but you're still going to be able to get these freezes, get the level up, stop the blocks, get 13 in. Like you said, you got the Three Sisters on the defense.
Oh, yeah, actually 14. Well, depending... Well, now there's an additional trump blocker, but... It would have been 14. Okay, Guiding Touch coming out. All right, J Tamunda says skip block. We're going for the dub here.
A lot of verbals. Just got to push 12.
We are going for the dub. And unfortunately only has, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So only needs 3 extra damage, assuming that the Sparklefly gets froze. Ooh, it also needs to happen on open attack as well, because we are going to have a Crystal Arrow.
That's true. That's a really good point. So yeah, has to go for the open. Once the whole board gets frozen.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it needs 2.
None of those cards are anything.
All right.
One flash
Tamunda knew it was here.
He just has to sneak a little bit of damage with 9 mana.
Yeah, just 2. Doesn't have it.
Wow.
Now, granted, this is not... Oh, the arrow, though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow would definitely...
I think Savaha is just going to win unless there's a lineup to knock him down, but there's not enough board space.
Or Hush. Or Hush. Hush will stop the Ash, will allow your units to block.
Calling for
unit. It's going to be the lineup up.
Oh!
He's gonna have it. Savai sees
Yeah,
the writing on the wall.
He sees the line. Yeah. I mean, it's that's so good. Tamunda finds the 2-0 back-to-back in the grand finals.
Wow.
After losing in winners. Well done. What a set. What a tournament for Tamunda. Really, really well done. Comes in, takes down those Fight Night, getting the revenge in the final with a 4-0 to close out the day.
Yeah, that was an insane, just full series. You know, congratulations to both players. We'll be seeing both of them in the next Fight Night. I gotta say, Tamunda just seemed like he was on another level today. I feel like, you know, from time to time we'll see some sets. We'll see a set here. You know, last week I can't remember which set it was, but there was just a master class of a set. I think it was M-Tuck versus someone last week. Almost every single round and every single game we saw Tamunda play seemed like a master class of whatever deck he was playing. These crazy lines, these like, it always makes me think, oh man, why in the world would player be doing that? And then it's just like mind blown, like knowing you need to take the culling, you know, at whatever turn earlier so that you can kill a unit to make board space. Right? Just, I mean, chef's kiss.
Yeah, he had a great tournament. He's been having a good season. We mentioned this earlier. He's, you know, ranked 4 on the ladder. He's generally pretty high on the ladder. And he's had a couple of seasonal top cuts already. I believe it's 2. Someone can correct me if it's more than 2. I think it's 2. So he's looking for that 3rd coming into this season, and he's been playing so good. I really think that, you know, people need to be watching out for Tamunda going into this seasonal. I think he's got really good shot at making it into that top 32, especially with the rank 4 on the ladder right now. He's only got to go 7-2, and he's been playing really good Runeterra. I would not be surprised at all to be seeing him. He might stream. I don't know. I know he streams a lot, so he might stream his rounds. If he does, go check him out. Like, go follow Tamunda and see if you can pick some things up, because he's really playing at the top of his game right now. Really exciting stuff to see. So congrats to him making it to next week's Fight Night, picking up that win. Congrats to Slavaje making it to next Fight Night as well. We're gonna be going on a bit of a hiatus, Blev, though. We got 2 weeks for the seasonal. We might have a third week that we're out as well. We'll see. We'll update everybody on the Twitter. But yeah, everybody check out the seasonal. We got the open rounds on the Giant Slayer channel next week, as always. Gonna be very exciting. Got some pretty cool casters gonna be working on that one. I'm looking forward to that cast. It's gonna be nice. But make sure that you stay tuned for all that. You guys stay tuned on the channel. Hit the follow button if you haven't. Watch out for more Fight Nights. But that's going to be it for me, for Blev, and the rest of the crew here at Giant Slayer LOR. So thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next time.